Alright. It's updated and here we go. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So we're now on day 2 investigation. Right. Well, investigation 2 essentially. So we have to examine some bottle before it breaks. Flashback episode. Dun 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 dun. So we conversed, we learn about the spade. Lots of places to go. We haven't been here some time since before yesterday. My heart nearly stopped when Mr. Shamsbury suddenly sat up like that. Miss Green was struck down, and I believe she's gonna be all right. Even when they're worse for wear, these rooms are splendid and colorful. I don't believe we visited his base tent. We should go here. Let's move downstairs. To what makes sense. 22nd February, Sholmes Suite. Oh, Bruno! Susie, you're back! Hooray! Hello, Iris. You're in the fine spirits as always, I see. She has a big head for a little girl, I think. I am. You look almost immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, I couldn't come up with a better time. Made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually... What is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderer's return. Yeah. I don't know. You get the gumshoe voice. Aha! The Wanderer's returned at last, eh? What on earth for this pair have you been? We've been in court. Oh, for the mustache's case? Mr. Mustache? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. You're such an airhead. I'm sure you did. Well, you can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. I managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I'd like to see it. It's past the time of day. Must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. It's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor? Did you fart again? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Aha, indeed. Send a victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Hey, pal. Yeah. Oh, dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? There should be nothing new here. Hey, there's a cup there, but we have to Miss Green's cup is the one we need to scan. All this is not changed. This has not changed. Ah, yes, this is where you note down your ideas and theirs. It's on the blackboard today. Buck up, Bruno. Buck up, Bruno. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with some ideas of the next title of the most installment. Yes, the barrel coronet. We torn between which one to use. What do you think, Bruno? Anything but buck up, Bruno, obviously. I suppose you're right. Tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You have to wait until next month to see. So many sleepless nights. But I'll say it almost looks like a rubber ducky in the trash, doesn't it? We've basically done everything, so. Iris. It's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she could focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should drink more herbal tea. The third blend from the right will be good for you, Bruno. Oh, Iris. This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. The gas meter. We shouldn't present him a useless thing. Mr. Sholmes, about this. Dull. Dull. Sorry. If you produce such dull items for the dull countenance, you must accept the dull response. At the very least, you can show me something about your face, right there, fellow. You can do something about your face, right? Okay, visual stimulation. Something like this. Indeed. And that's quite a simulation I desired. Nope. Yeah, like at least, like, you can't waste your time presenting shit with him. Most of the time. Not always. Ah, yes. Crockery of the failed thespian and the mustachine bookworm. His name is Mr. Soseki Natsume. You really should remember it. You're right. After all, I entrapped the man twice now. You fucking admit it. Yes, that deeply malicious bookworm is deeply malicious mustache. That's your English racism for you. Oh dear, I'm not sure about that. Deeply misfortunate mustache, perhaps. That too. Mustache is indeed a misfortune. Well, but only because it's malicious. Oh, what a wonderful reasoning, Mr. Sholmes. You won me over yet again. She needs a slap across the face to calm her the fuck down. Like, really? You want her over with that? Or Sholmes originally saying, "Hey, you was eating soap. I believe you tried to eat some soap once, didn't you?" True, yes. I had to think of that many close my inside. I might just have something, you see. Is it particularly dirty, do you think? Indeed, it was. For I mistakenly imbibed some ink at the time. Assuming it to be coffee. Must cleanse it at once, I thought to myself. Quite logically, of course. 5. Only you couldn't You could have an anecdote about swallowing soap. 6. We'll share that. Two, three, four. Yeah, I don't know why it takes so long to upload a PlayStation server. I guess probably trying to make it secure. Alright, so what is that smell? Lord Manzeek's. Lord Baron Ranzeeks, yeah. He's an interesting Sarbequed, is he? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legend prosecutor fought for someone's conviction, the person is doomed. Either he or she is found not guilty by the courts. No. Or later, that helpless soul will vanish from the capital. Vanish how exactly? By falling under the passing carriage or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever. Or crying out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. On the bright side, Mr. Mustache is finding fit, for the time being at least. It's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would be surely that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hands. As it happens, Mr. Saddle. It's quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally. The man very quickly came under such a suspicion. Once these incidents occurred, the Reaper always cast iron ally. Really? And so his reigns continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Neverhood. Yeah, so I've heard, and we learned why. In fact, it was the very day I arrived, it was the first trial by the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. It really did the bitter and bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing the Reaper again. Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. A sense of general loathing. Of all Japanese people. He's a racist old fuck? Yeah. I didn't think of it. Oh. Down. Down. Hope. Down. Hope. Down. Do not climb on the monitor. I can hold you like this. I don't need both hands to play this game. What is that fucking smell? What is that indescribable foul smell? Ah, well. Probably would say is this, I would say. What is that? No biting. Angry tail wag. What is that? My dear fellow, this is of course my latest invention. Chemical test that can identify whether or not tea is genuine and a drop of some tea. Really? Conveniently, we may or may not need that. Oh my! There is some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell whatever purports to be high quality tea, and the mere fact is dried leaves from bad flavor. So that's certainly unsavory behavior, and isn't that what tea leaves is, anyways? So when I was presented what appears to be a black tea, I must be careful. What was your Iris? At the ready, Hurley. At the ready, Hurley. There's a drop of this chemical to the teacup here, and you see what happens? It became black. Turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor. The better the tea is. What? It would appear this cup of particularly fine energy. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you want to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with this new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we're earning a new area of science. Well, the criminal investigations also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. Regularly engaged in scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation for upon the modern investigative techniques is based. This is the entails happy byproduct of the ongoing forensics research. Forensic science, I suppose we should find out more about that. Alright. Back and forth in the topics. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm completely currently defending being Japanese as well as Mrs. Sato myself, I felt even more keenly in court. For some reason, Lord Razik seems to have an inherent disdain of Japanese. Indeed. Interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Baron Razik chose to enter legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but The veil will be lifted in events of the past in due course. I have no doubt. For now, however, it's Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Speaking of forensic science, so your T-test is an example of forensic science. It is essential to a hinge of knowledge of whether or not some tea is high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then, but with this case, perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, am I add? Really? We're dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. It's partly why I'm undertake research in this field myself, of course. You mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? The vendor's in the field already. I just hoard a company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints. And I'm making your own design as a chemical agent that makes it possible. Instantly reveals objects touched by whatever person is under investigation. Ah. Fingerprinting powder, basically. Why is that photo so blurry? Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you'll witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can cover new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Trump, we're thinking you can come with us. You are? Yes, of course. You said it just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. He's not. But he never did arrive in that scene. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. Mr. Sholmes seemed to be making funny faces at something on his desk. Thought he said he was going to come with us to Mr. Shakespeare's room. No doubt he's preparing something, Mr. Naruto. Something amazing. Zzz. And he's doing it while asleep. There's no limit to the man's talent. She really is clueless. Turn this down a little bit more. Well, lots of things we have to see, so let's go to the hospital. It's a giant fat rat. 22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yeah, I hear angry voices. Not be angry, O simple lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Tis foul indeed, the poison that mustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. Wish you had died from that poison. God have mercy, ample lady. But thou seest I still have vigor still. Behold my Shakespearean dance. Something's gonna break. Looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Hello, 'tis the lawyer from the lands which riseth from the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? He's the other person. Mary, I do believe I return into another ward. He was looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. That seems like a typo. Faith, thy work in the court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderful for you tomorrow, does it? I have a kind of GLaDOS voice for him. Straighten his dildo back out. In umbrella. I know next soon. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin that man down. I'm so sorry, I'm such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delightful you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. But I don't deserve it. Alright, so we gotta examine something before we talk to her. Not her. What is it we need to examine, though, exactly? Down in one. I may examine Miss Green's bottle before it falls up from the table. He's probably running around the hospital. So she has to pull out whatever bottle that is. It shows like the Zelda games that had item. Ooh. I hold L2, I can or L1 and I can actually zoom around quicker. Yeah, do not feed and do not let him run around. This looks like a patient's treatment note, huh? Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo? You know, I remember seeing an almost identical sign in a local park. For the pigeons, yeah. This is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is that they haven't discharged this patient yet. And that fucking fat rat. Eek, a mouse, Mr. Naruto, an enormous mouse! Vermin in the hospital, this doesn't seem the best. But it looks very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. Not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, that's what we were thinking. The big ass mouse. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She'd have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed in the pavement, though. Expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright, then let's see what's inside. Change your clothes on down and... No, Mr. Naruto. You must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. And that's how crime happens. Oh, it's a woman. They can't be evil or, susceptible of brainwashing or whatever, or, criminals. That's a man's job, right? But the young maiden might have chocolates or biscuits or caramel. Yeah, there is nothing for me to examine. She's probably going to put something here. We're not in conversation mode, so we can't present her anything. Are you feeling like yourself, Miss Green? I am, thank you. People do recover from an ordeal like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I'm concerned, I'm just walking along the snow when you're minding your own business. Then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, I finally woke up again yesterday. All business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it must have been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, must be getting my things now so I can be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. But what things, though? So we're missing something here. Or we have to come back after we trigger something else. Briar Road. 22nd February, Briar Road. Nothing new to examine. Nothing new to examine. Like a photograph in the flame. A special someone. Not mine, Mr. Number. You don't know. You have a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. So you're at least the first thought of. Yeah, we need a trigger event. Prison will be last. Who is it, Mr. Garadeb? Looking for Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. So Garadeb appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just come back again later. Got to scan everything again. I shouldn't poke around your room, Mr. Garadeb is out. The burnt floor, cakes and all that stuff. Nope. Well, treat must can't wait to see Mr. Sholmes' forensic investigation techniques. Wait a second. February, Mr. Natsume's lodging. Ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we're hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh yes, one other thing. The slip on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With a T in it? Yep, you find it alright. There was a small amount of tea in it, like you said. I knew it. The identification section, into the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. So it should be available later today. It's wonderful news, thank you. Really impressive performance in the court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Then there he is. There's fucking Sholmes. For completing this episode. Alright. We'll keep separate saves just in case. Even though I did save over. Wonderful, Miss Green's about to leave the hospital. you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For needy London's winter's going to be very harsh. That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy will find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winter's going to be very harsh to the forgetful too, then. Starting to wonder if Suzawa-san and I are going to make it this spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter in Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. But you have a wood one, right? Look how dark that stain on the floor is underneath that meter there. Yeah, if all the water dripping on the ice points melted, you can establish this quartz mine. Very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Guess the Shastrian must have an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It's an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. It's that. You can talk to Gregson. The ill-fated teacups which the two men drank from the ill-fated night. During their heated literacy debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo and Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mrs. Otto. Let's hope it stays that way. Sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yeah, with enough determination, one can always remove bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? Sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Otto. If only you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime. You're looking for new clues, Inspector? Lord Bastik's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you got something for me, he says. Tisk. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me. Because I already searched every inch of the bleeding nook and cranny of this place. I don't know what he's best to be honest. Thank goodness, for one chip's all I can see. At least he's honest. And all that's left is Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing over there? What a question indeed. It's not your good self who asked me to attend the scene. Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing over there? Dear me, once a great detective, always under the scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? About to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? As you promised? With the greatest pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? On this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. The Erlock Sholmes sensation. Skin paint gun. Skin paint sinker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. Sample from Mr. Shamsphere's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. Sample secretions are all I need to produce this fine indicator solution. Deliberately spraying the room with this chemical. Everything the victim touches is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. You'd be like, there. Now spray the chemical indicator on about it to be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? Little press of X in the area you're interested in, that's all okay. Like this. What is this stuff? It's like a fog. Fingerprint powder. Suspension of a chemical indicator, pressurized gas. Most efficient way to cover a large area. There's another invention I had discovered incidentally whilst developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try them out, my dear fellow. We're only interested in the victim of the movements on the night of question. There's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. We know his shit was over there. The meter. Spray Gregson. Look, there's like dozens of handprints here. So there are. Great many indeed. So in fact, so much that in fact it's making it hard to make out any individual print, in fact. Brrr, sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall as he admired this picture. Unlikely. I would say it's a rather dull scene after all. Unlikely. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Adams. A bit of a mystery there, then. What's behind it? Yeah, we got that already. Yep, so there's not really anything else we could find. Unless we can move that painting. We're missing something. Yeah, I think we need to find something specific. Oh, look at this here. Ah, yes, interesting. Right to the victim's prints. Why are so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Perhaps they just have bad fall here. Well, there's nothing obvious that would have tripped him over there, is there? I wonder. Personally, I should stumble off and whatnot. Nothing obvious to trip over. I think there's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, that's a quiz of puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over the room. Anyway. Yeah, his fingerprinting powder. Chocolate chunk cookies. We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The floor with a loose floorboard. The handprints on the floor there and the wall by the picture. You mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. It won't be a moment. Ah! What is it, Mrs. Otto? Floorboard's loose. Look at here, Mr. Nerville. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the, you mean... It's a secret hiding place. Excellent work, Mrs. Otto. Now, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you doing? What are you not doing? Inspector Gregson. Didn't say wait a minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You can dig into your portion of chips while we dig under the floor here. You fancy talking putting me on food away. You fancy talking putting me off of my food anyway, Sholmes. A repeated the evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, secret hiding place on the floor. What a find. There's probably one in the wall, too. It's not a hiding place you could use in Japan. I don't think you could lift a straw So Tommy Man. No, I know, but I can never expect one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh! I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind this picture, Sally. Only the wall. Are you sure? Yeah, how disappointing. Well, but behind the picture, there's obviously something there. But then how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why someone would have been touching the wall over and over in that place like that. Photo. There you are. Print for you. And not the giant camera with the thing that flashes up. Photograph of the handprints on the wall have been entered as evidence. There's a handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on each side of the hanging picture. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, invention's gonna make prints too? Now then. What if Mr. Gregson found something on the floorboard there? There's handprints up here too. I'm desperate to know. So am I. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, well, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! It's been well too long. What is it, Holmes? Thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose we're not. Aww. The Dismal Fader. Yes, I heard. I'll kill him what's on that floorboard. My turn to ask then. Alright then. Fair. What? Nani? You did discover the hiding place after all. Suppose it should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do good, my dear fellow. There's one thing I hate about this. I know about this man is that he blows with the wind. Blows with the wind. As fickle as the weather. What? Stop making me like some kind of fruit. Kind of nut. There were 3 items underneath the matter. Newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know about? We'll learn about all 3. Looks like it was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It was about a convict who got sick and died when he was serving time in Manchester. How terrible. Made the headlines down there in London as well. The book had been sent to the F, you see. But nature got to him first. Their shitty prison. Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense? Yes, he jaywalked. Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work. Into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Treasure, I mean? Jewelry and the like. But he did it to someone, and no one knows where. And now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell. Or something when I was the headline. Doesn't that strike you, though? Why such an article be so carefully ensconced on the floor? He thinks he may have found it? I suppose now you mention it. It does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go in the paperwork we got in Selden in the yard and see if I can turn up anything. Capital offense article has been added to the court record. Newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to death on whenever he died of illness whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Alright, from 8. That's good to know. Where's the chumps? Yeah, we're friends. No, I suppose not friends. I suppose not. A dismal fail. Alright, investigate article. Condemned man dies of natural causes in prison. Died due to freezing cold or whatever is probably not natural causes. Manchester Strange Ways Prison announced the death of a convict murdered in burger Sunday but natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering from a fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, the medical staff arrived to find him already dead, before his capital punishment could be carried out. Photograph print. So, this is the photograph I found. It's reasonably recent to me. Hey, Gareth. Yeah, it would appear to have taken a street in the front of the house here. The gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrett, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garrett's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take the break if you like. Really? You sure? You can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Fortunately for you, Luck, leaking information is one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, maybe so bold as to point out something. Pastimes are for one's leisure. This is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Then foreground enter the court record. Print of Mr. Shaftesbury shows the landlord, Mr. Garrett, that they get over a young man. I wonder why the photograph like this was hidden on the floor. Oh, paintbrushes. A dismal failure. I mean, Mr. Shaftesbury himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still real treasures in their East Epoch. Master Mr. Gardner was delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Alright, and the important piece. The tin box. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? I'm going to suggest, Inspector, that you open it. And find something inside that reveals the truth of the behind this case. Wouldn't be the least surprised. Yeah, funny enough, I already had a look. It's completely empty. Guess that was funny. Let me reply back to him. Yeah. More follow-up on the soap. Alright. It's completely empty. What? 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 Sham fear. Give us a clue, man. You didn't even have a chance to utter the word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, we at least found out what's inside the box. Are you sure? You sure the detective didn't pocket it? Yeah, thin air. It's rather empty, like how I feel inside. Nothing more in this box then, I wonder. Can we examine it? Meow. Hey, it's the kitty. Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was his name? Mr. Natsuma's cat, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it Wagahi? You know, like Mr. Natsuma refers himself in Japanese. So that's how he got his name. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful then. Well then, Wagahi, here's something delicious I brought you. Here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. Meow. He couldn't be happier, look. Not a good sheep. Let's hope we can bring some happiness to its owner, too. He's just scratching on the floor, getting comfortable. Hope is napping up here. The cat is evidence. Meow. Meow. That was a cheeky little meow, Waggy. Oh, but you're so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. Of course you could. I think he may not appreciate you after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Hey, we didn't get the box though. Alright, so I guess we're done here. Alright, listen. Alright. Go back to the hospital. Still nothing. Nothing at all to examine. The thing is, I don't know when we have to examine it or when it falls. So I guess we're good here for now, too. Is he back now? Nope. Alright, I guess we'll join the chat.
Hello?
Hey.
I fucking hate children. Sorry.
And yet you have so many of them. You should give some away. Or sell them.
I just told them that. I was like, I have so many of you. I'm gonna throw you away.
Children for sale.
Yeah, for real. No, like, I would never ever work at a school after this again. Ever. Huh?
Well, schools are just germ
the boys
factories.
spend most of their time missing the urinal and peeing on the floor because I've had to fucking mop that shit up like 17 times today. So, yeah, that's just awesome.
Damn. It's like release the load.
Yeah, but at least fucking aim correctly. Like, hello? What, are they too lazy to hold themselves down? Shit. Like, what the fuck? Dude, it's terrible. It is. It's terrible. They threw like massive wads of toilet paper everywhere on the floor. Like, how do you miss the toilet bowl? How do you miss all the garbage cans? There's like 5 garbage cans in the fucking bathroom. Like, how do you miss them all? Seriously.
Don't know.
Alright, last place we have to go is the prison.
Look, it's already 7 o'clock and I'm not even close to done with Genshin. And I still have to get on Final Fantasy.
I'm done.
I don't know how. I know! Ah! Shut up!
I did see bounties, did the request, I did the
Shut
Spiral Abyss,
up.
and the weekly bosses.
No, screw Spiral Abyss. I will
That's
do
what I
that
did.
shit on the fucking weekend because I can't fucking function right
I
now.
did it just
My
to get
brain
it out of
cells
the way.
died today, dude. When I tell you they died because this work is simpleton work. I need something complicated. Give me a network to fix or something. Like, I'm so fucking underutilized. It's ridiculous.
Four. Only but
Fucking cleaning bathrooms and watching children. I feel like a babysitter.
Oh my god, look at all those reports. Yeah.
What do you think teachers are?
Yeah, well, the teachers, let me tell you, are even worse than the kids in this school. Some of those classrooms look like nobody's ever cleaned them since they started school there. It's insane. Like,
22
yeah,
February,
but
local prison.
this is a
Cell night.
day-to-day basis thing.
Ooh, I gotta choose a weapon. Which one should I choose?
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. Yes, he is. Mr. Natsume, hello.
I didn't get one.
Shit. I have to check
I
and make sure.
am a cat.
I gotta make sure I
Sorry.
FJ, are you ready for Endwalker?
Yep, just waiting for the pre-download and early access to happen.
Oh, so you pre-ordered already?
Yeah, long while ago, since there's no physical, it's all digital, this expansion.
Preload only starts like 2 days before.
It's 3 days.
Mostly it's 2.
Hi.
Hello, how was your first day of work?
It sucked and I hate schools and I hate children and I hate teachers. And I imagined myself sitting there with like a fucking Halo gun or something, like a needler, just fucking pew, 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 just dropping all of them, yo. I swear to God, next Halloween, if they fucking allow us to dress up, I'm gonna fucking dress up as Master Chief, yo.
There was, this reminds me of a National Lampoon movie I saw that was not good at all. It was like, this reject of a guy is like, he's cleaning a toilet and like, the shit is like all around out above the water. And like, it's like, what is that a peanut? And like, and he like pokes it and then like, he's like, I'm tired of this. So he's gonna get revenge in the school. So like he walks off, like the other guy like talks to someone and then like you see the principal, it talks to him, and then when they go to the classroom that they were cleaning up, you see him taking a shit on top of the teacher's desk, the other guy.
Yeah.
And then like they're telling this in the flashback. So what they do with the desk? You see the fire department outside and it set it on fire. I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or I don't know who Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mom, give me that folder. Oh, shit.
Mr. Naru, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He's already has. Completely. So, what's your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought of a new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
Some way I can do to make the 50. That'll pass 50.
I am not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world.
Oh, I gotta do 5 domains.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court have paved us proof that there's hope.
Oh, crap.
Yes, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What is he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss.
Marty,
Oh yes, we must.
what'd you do yesterday? Oh. I played with the squirrel outside for like an hour, and then I came in. I went on Zadnor.
It's been too long since I've asked for a present for that.
Real quick and stuff. And I.
Two guys, I said nope, but I wasn't giving it to you.
Knocked out. I don't know, Ma. I don't know.
Is this 1,000? Nope, 700. Ugh. 700. Great parachutes.
Nope, that's repeat.
Hello, did you guys do any work today? None, right?
What's this? It's newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
Oh, they're off. That's right. That's right.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Okay, next week you
Sorry.
better fucking do some work.
But this man sold it. Fit the killer. The evil spirit behind the curse that affects my lodgings. What?
So let's see.
He's already taking young man's life, and now he's trying to take my life for another. Miserable, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please you must tell us. Tell us everything you know about this evil spirit. Alright, so we did learn something from that.
What's this?
About the photo. Oh, he doesn't know anything about the photo.
Are you still on Genshin? I mean, are you on Genshin or Final Fantasy? On everything?
Well,
Should I quit my job?
yes. No. It's only been 1 day, jeez.
The only reason I say yes is because it's gonna fuck you in the long run.
Dude, it's
And so is not having money.
But it's only been 1 day.
Eddie, you don't know.
Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Like I do.
There it is.
I know Jazzy for like fucking almost 13 years, 15 years. I know what I'm saying to her. It's not for the video games or nothing. I know physically and mentally she's not ready to go into this type of work.
No, I want an office job. I don't want to fucking babysit children all day. What?
Exactly. I know you for you. Like,
That leathery lowlife took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding in the depths of despair.
Yeah.
Slippery, slinky, psychotic, saboteur.
How are you supposed to do?
You've really gone off so, haven't you? Absolutely.
What?
Made up my mind.
yeah, they cook fish.
Next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship. Finished. Firmly. Forever.
Trying to get to freaking 50 in the bottom.
Oh,
I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume.
none of them want to go to college. Therefore, I'm not forcing them to go to college. For what? So they can have fucking school loans they'll never be able to repay back, and then their credit will be fucked up?
Hey, yes.
Yeah.
You remember you asked me if I paid off my loan?
Yeah.
You remember that Uncle Obama and Biden had a system called Forgiveness?
Tomorrow.
No.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll do it tomorrow. Fuck.
So I have no loans. They did, whoever before, I think it was like before the corona or something. Or
Yeah.
was it Donald Trump? I don't know. One of the presidents. I don't know.
Definitely not Donald Trump.
But
I want to see if I can.
it gives you, it will wipe out your previous loan
Yeah.
for school. So I don't. You can go shove it up their big ass. I was always wondering why I have no fucking like them calling me anymore.
Yeah, they fucking never did that shit with my loans.
Well, they still have the loans on pause. My brother doesn't have to pay back his yet, but like
Yeah,
the interest is
January
stopped.
31st.
So they keep extending it. I have no loans. Everything is mine. It was grant, and my master's was from the GI Bill, so I owe nothing.
Yeah, but that ends on January 31st. Like the forgiveness is gone January 31st, and that's why I started paying.
Yeah, if you've been paying, you've at least been paying without any interest, so your interest has not been accruing.
Oh,
So-
it has. I just started paying literally like.
Yeah, because your interest is not supposed to be accruing while this period. Like you don't have to pay, so you shouldn't be getting more
no,
interest.
Yeah.
So you should be like making your balance go down, and then your interest is not going up
Right.
to make it easier to pay off. Also,
I can't wait. No.
yeah, this is called good debt.
Better fucking search.
In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as to today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two occasions that moved me more. And if I just block out those, even today, being on that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life. Locum student, Mr. Navarro Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea. We just were we deduced, and they are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's it. Solemn, sworn, Soseki, certainty.
How much left is left in there for the litter?
Tell
How
me,
much
do you
is
both
there
drink the
left?
tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely.
You just look at the
Remember,
level. Does it look
Drink tea
low?
while it's hot. Both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath in our bellies. At the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mrs. Hampshire engaged in Romeo and Juliet match. Suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr.
How's your
Shakespeare.
kitties?
I'll wait a little bit.
Now our cat's fine. Like she's napping behind me right now. But
Yeah,
unfortunately,
but don't you have more kitties outside now?
they didn't survive either from this litter.
What? Oh no, that's so not good. What happened to them?
Just being outside, and like one weekend I basically had to put 3 in to take 3 away. One was every time she moved them is because one of them died where she had them. Like one was like underneath the shutters behind a very narrow gap, and that one was decomposed a bit. And then the last 2 on a few days later,
Yeah.
they were already cold a little bit, but like they were fine that night, and then they both didn't wake up in that next morning.
Yeah. Oh no, that's so
And
sad.
that's the problem with all the constant rain and everything else that's been happening when that last litter was around.
Yeah.
And we constantly helped her by moving them out of there, and like she always has them in the grass or somewhere else, but like there's not really any great spot to kind of keep them there.
Yeah. Damn, that sucks, man.
Yeah, because that's saying like he was probably wanted to get one of the white ones, and I was thinking that too. But you know, the last two had just started. You know, they had just opened their eyes a little bit and were starting to move around.
Yeah. One cup and 3/4. It says 1 3/4.
Mr. Shamspear.
That's here.
That Ron and
What
Shamspear.
you do is count the lines. You see how there's 4 lines?
When have I ever done that?
You do it to the third line.
You don't
that's
recall
3/4.
him taking issue with you over anything you've recently done? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in my books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. What I don't understand is why you didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in cursed lodgings. Oh yes, that's because
What are you guys watching?
he says because this place is cursed and that this is so cheap, didn't you? Exactly.
Just try not to laugh.
Especially the room they rent.
Oh. I noticed.
The spirit of the capital offender who lived there still haunts me to this day, and it's trying to kill me.
For,
Capital offender?
A smoothie or something?
Hint, hint. My name is Mr. Locum Student, Mr. Naru Esquire. Next time you visit me,
I don't know.
bring me some
This is
scores of super soft soaps.
Go ask Alexa how many cups is 1 pint, and then that'll tell you.
Yep, the English system is very annoying. Pints, quarts, cups, gallons.
Why did you gotta lay down by me for?
Alright, the capital offender. Truth is, I don't really know the details myself until very recent. Sullivan Man was arrested a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out of my lodgings. At Mr. Gary Dibb's house. What? He lived where you live now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In that very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in a prison. That was about 3 months ago. That's when it started.
They
The-
like
the
decrease the shield or something?
curse! What really is a curse that you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused 1 death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, man died in that room. Man who rented it after that sold it, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in a mysterious circumstance. The room, it was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside, exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. The convict's curse. Alright, this one more thing, and then we get back to trial. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Asumi? Do you have any idea how he passed away, Mr. Asumi? The fatal cause of death was asphyxiation. Asphyxia. Yeah, so this brings credence to my theory. And he discovered the body.
Sanitation has been closed down in New York, basically.
Discovered the body was
The mandate
room full of
for
gas.
vaccines. So, like, they're not picking up the garbage because they don't have people. Because they all got put on the leave without pay thing.
Well, a lot of people in other places have quit too because they don't want to get a vaccine for whatever stupid reason they want to make up.
Yeah.
It's like actual healthcare providers, you know, like nurses and stuff, like don't want to get a vaccine after, you know, seeing what exactly it does, and then you know, it's funny, in the new season of Grey's Anatomy, they actually had like one anti-vaxxer go like to the hospital, like, talk about that's not me, that's someone else's X-ray. Just give me some albuterol, I'll be fine. He died before he could get outside.
Yep. That's crazy.
Yeah, scared nobody. The room was full of gas. Gas? Only for that to sign the lease. I'm scared I couldn't him later. I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I probably would have been too scared to take the room. Landlords, lease, luckily, legal. Lucky for Mr. Garrett, maybe, but no such luck for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe the curse is affecting you. It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you thought about having nightmares, didn't you? That the dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me to suffocate me. When I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is so cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? In the winters, it's too cold to bear without any heating overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into my bed at night, the pilot light always goes out. The room fills with gas. But that's terrible. It's exactly the same situation as it led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of these strange happenings in Mr. Garrett's room. I have a clue. And it involves this. He didn't. Nope, he doesn't know anything about the handprints. Alright, so we'll go back to the lady at the hospital. Oh, now she wants to go to Garrett's room.
Dude, I was babysitting fucking evil spawn today. Can I have some of that?
Ah, this fucking hospital. The scenes I shared last time. Eek, a mouse, Mr. Naruto. An enormous mouse. Vermin in the hospital? That doesn't seem to be the best.
Stop it, I only need one of those.
But it looks very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. Not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility. That's what you're thinking.
Oh, you have to make it more frozen.
Oh yeah, there's two scenes I shared last time. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed.
That would have been easier.
What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. And the second one. Ah, this looks like a treatment note for whoever is occupying his bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
What the hell is Facebook going to be?
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Meta?
Oh dear, how worrying.
Oh, fuck.
What's worrying? That's why they haven't discharged that patient yet.
Hey, Margie. Yeah.
We have nothing to examine.
No, no. It's not so.
Damn it, he's on.
Alright, so I guess we go to Mr. Garrett since there's nothing else we could do. In his shitty pipes.
It's on.
We're all gonna need trapped in that hat. Great. No, I don't know why I don't have the fucking. You heard I got the message. But there's no bubble. No, it was everything. You didn't text me.
22nd February. Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. There he is. Ah, so you're here now, Mr. Garrett. Right ballsy business for me, you know? Getting out and about. Where you got the old lady by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hands in a balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yeah? Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion. As to old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder if that blaze is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, I think back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey Den as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, huh? Your lodgings, the lodgers. All this stuff you've already checked out. Alright. Mr. Garrett, can I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. Afraid I'm rather tired. Really got an energy of the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time then.
Yeah, so can you bring that folder to me over here?
About this photo. Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Ah, so he's probably the one that died. Duncan Ross.
Okay.
Street photographer happened to be passing by. So I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
So you flipping it?
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. The young man who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. What was the Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say? Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yep, the lodger's deaf. There we go. We got new things to talk. Anything else we could present with him?
Mine? Ask Bobby, what is that?
Oh, this? Nope.
Oh, MJ, ask Bobby. Margie Jacobo. Ask Bobby, I don't know that.
Ah, an Altamont gas meter, yes. Decent fireplace in here, of course, no need for a gas stove. But there's nothing better than a gas lamp for reading in bed, eh? Actually, Mr. Silver mentioned the gas supply in his room kept failing. Ah, yes, I had the gas company look into it. But they couldn't find a thing wrong. Chap must have been imagining things. I don't think he was imagining it. Poor man woke up unable to breathe. Think it was put down to ghost work or some such in the end. Place must be haunted. So nothing really particularly new. I think we tried the article. Oh. Nope, not like that. Alright, we got all the extra topics we can for now.
It has to be the top drawer.
You asked about the soap, but that's not gonna happen.
The top drawer. The bottom drawer, Poopy, there's a pack of pens. No, why are you looking in there in the desk, man? Oh, looking back here? In the desk.
We'll try the teacups, but not.
Where is that up in the fucking desk?
What do you say? The desk? That's the drawer.
I figure pens belong in the desk. I know, but I figure pens look like they belong in a desk, no? I don't think that would be kind of anything to have to actually... Okay.
Alright, your lodgings. Some fishy fellow from the East End and a field actor chap from a questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, I heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here. The next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street. Not to mention that actor. She didn't drop dead, she survived. Am I next there? Well, can't help but get on the collie wobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green was stabbed by the knife and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much still alive. Yeah, so that plastic comic's cursed, it seems.
What?
Alright, Jess, I am so sorry. I know you wanted to talk to me.
What happened?
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
What happened?
No, you said you wanted to talk to me. I was busy with Linda. I was watching a cutscene on my phone. That was really interesting. I just fucking got something. And I was getting a bunch of text messages from all my friends and family. So yeah, it's a busy day.
Yeah. Well,
You go back to work and everybody wants to text.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, personally, I'll still be quite content with such lodgings. Bath, a toilet, fireplace, a fascinating history. Right, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that, Sholmes. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But Do you look out for your tenants, don't you? Watching the rise and fall of the flame of your gas lamp slip here? Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps and such like. Think you had your mishap already, sir. Yeah. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heavens forgive me. The words just came out of my lips.
My residence full.
Your lodgers.
Just look at my wallet in the kitchen. We'll go to the kitchen anyway. Can you bring me my wallet?
Some fishy fellows from the Far East and a failed actor, a questionable character, eh? There was no need for that, Mr. Gareth. That's right, Mr. Natsume is no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is that right, that he took the vacancy immediately after previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the real estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background as his were. I don't think the room's background was a keen so much as a cheap rent, actually. So how long has Mr. Shamsu been lodging under your roof? The failed actor chap? Oh, let me see. Oh, yes, of course. It's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's been quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your... Certainly in that regard, Mr. Garrett, if I may ask.
Do you want to help me or...
Well, that was Selden's scoundrel, as it happens.
Help you with what?
Selden? The convict, you mean? Selden and Shamsu has some kind of connection then?
For
Sorry, my mic was under my chin. I said do some runs.
Oh, for Final Fantasy? Sure.
Yeah. It is what? That's what I was trying to tell you.
Shamsu's tenancy.
I thought you meant Genji.
A convicted chap Selden passed away in a clink 3 months ago now. See? Some Malay or other.
What is going on? What is all this? Why am I starting like this?
Yes, we seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the Tradigian showed his face. The actor fellow.
Okay. So,
Really?
what was I gonna say? Oh, I did the Ultima run by myself.
Yes, I
And
remember it
happened to
quickly.
get- no,
Distinctly.
I happened to get a run full of all newbies.
Oh, I did too.
And I was waiting for the other tank to like empty, and they're all waiting for me. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what's going on here? Yo, that shit was like, I said, where the fuck is Mark when you need him, yo? Like, everybody's waiting for me now. And the fucking healers let me die, yo. Right before we got into the fucking Iron Giant, that pull right there, they fucking let me die, dude.
Wow.
Craziness, yo. I was like, oh, okay, so I guess I'm empty this run. After that is when I was like, alright, snooze fest, because I didn't wait for anybody to start hitting the enemies. I just went, just fucking grabbed everybody, and just fucking did my thing.
No, that was a bad mistake, Joss.
I'm like, so, okay, I'm guessing that I should, from now on, when you're not in the run, just fucking take full advantage of emptying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
14
it seems
discussion.
like nobody knew the run. Like, what the fuck, dude? Really, man, I barely do this shit because I'm snoozing the whole fucking way. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? This shit was funny.
I already got my second mount because I was waiting for you on like 2 days ago.
What mount?
The doggy.
You got the second mount.
Yeah, remember I needed the bird?
This
Oh,
smell,
the bird, yeah.
this
okay.
world we inhabit.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Pity
What mount?
landlord,
Yeah, I needed
hear
the
my
bird and
request.
the dog, so I just
I,
got
the
those.
humble sham
I
spirit,
got both of those.
do desire to take thy room on the middle floor,
Yeah.
off the airware for rent.
Oh my god.
I'm terribly sorry, one up, but that won't be possible.
Press this.
We have a lodger in the middle floor. The ground floor is vacant, though. Nothing can be made of nothing. Let me repeat mine unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears.
What?
The room on the middle floor is taken. The ground floor or nothing.
When I'm going to sleep, I'm going.
Very
to
well.
the vent
We
and
have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Bar Road. Lo, a sham spirit dance to celebrate.
The new game, when I got recorded as that time that I got recorded as a slide.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas.
We have 2 black pages.
And he was 3 months in arrears in the rent, too.
Just have a new event
Whereas
to
the fellow and
introduce
the
the
volley player are alright.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite anime.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. We are most grateful.
It's quite fun.
But we appreciate you. Allow me to say 1 or 2 words.
I was not expecting this.
Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings.
I don't mind. What?
No.
What's happening to you?
Chat.
Shakespeare, my dear fellow.
Okay.
One of the most famous lines.
The only thing
Wish to divulge my own learning on subject.
I could
For I
deal with it. The only problem
have a
is
turn for
that
literature
I
too, you know.
sub-
Perhaps you could turn in your attention to more
it's
apt
Japanese,
lines than...
So it's English sub, so you have to read everything. But oh man, I'm not gonna make it.
My hands already fucking get tired.
Dark Knight. The fuck?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me just do these. real
Yes,
quick.
Duncan Ross, the chap that was attending art school. Had
Yeah,
the
you
work
have
to
help me
pay
set
for
up
it
the skills for this. I
mine.
don't know fucking shit what I'm doing with this.
Anxiety.
What? Dark
I
Knight?
quit.
Yeah.
I quit.
Oh yeah. Mark was supposed to help me with mine.
Ah fuck! I quit. Ask MKZ. He's good at Dark Knight. I quit.
No.
not even on the game.
No. Two. It's not like how good. It's just I just need help like putting.
I know Matty is
the
Matty.
yeah. The skills from right to left. That's all.
Yes, I know.
I just have him in the order they were unlocked for the originally.
Also, I might actually
That's right. You don't do it either. I quit.
Like that's what I had, but what they keep changing and removing and adding crap. So I have
Yeah.
certain defense ones on one, and then other abilities on the second row. That's pretty much it.
Well,
I don't know
now,
what any of this shit is for. That's what it is.
what happened is every time you like fix a character or whatever, they fuck up all
Yeah,
that
they
shit.
remove skills. They put back skills.
No, I still have some skills from the original set that are no longer usable. They are still in the macro.
Oh my god.
That's why you just take a picture of everything you have right now and then.
That's exactly
Yeah,
what I
that's
did, right, Mark?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm gonna do right after I finish this. I'm gonna fucking do it.
Yeah. you-
Because even though you have all these skills, like there's the one combo set you can do. A couple of shields, your pull abilities, and then provoke and whatever else you want to use after, and like the rare stuff, like area heal or the blind attack.
For me, it's more like I have all my skills as tank set in a specific order. Like I have all of my AoEing on my left macro set at O, triangle, square, and X. Those are my AoEing.
Yeah, that would
Right.
be my reverse. Oh my. Well,
Now
no, I have that on
my
list.
starters are Hard Slash, Siphon Strike, Soul Eater, and I have Unmend under that. So I don't know if that's correct, if that's the correct, normal abilities that you use constantly.
Hard Slice, Cypher Strike, and Soul Eater. That's the combination for the regular.
Yeah, that's what I have. And then I have under that I have unmend.
That's the AoE pull, I think.
No, it's not.
That one's the single and one's the other
I think
one.
that's a move. No, I think
That's a single. Oh, unmend is to pull. Yeah, it's to pull.
Oh,
It's sort of like. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sort of like shield lob or whatever.
Yeah. So what mine is: hard slash, cipher strike, soul eater, cave of spirit, crave a spirit of spirit.
Carve and.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
It's
That's the MP ability to recover, I think, right?
Okay, that's to recover
yeah, that's
MP.
to give you MP, but it gives you have to wait 60 seconds to do it again.
Yeah, it's a 60-second skill. I find that
I just have that next to the
useful
jump
on the
attack
side.
one and
For me?
some other junk.
And then I have Edge of Shadow, Blood Splitter, the Blackest Night, and under that Salted Earth, because I use that a lot for AoEs.
Edge of Shadow, Flood of Shadow, Blood Spite, and Quentin.
What is that? What did you just say?
Alright, Edge of
I
Shadow and Flood of Shadow.
And the move that you do with it before it to make it powerful is I forget the name of it.
The Blood Spitter and Quietus goes with the I just realized I didn't even put it on.
What are my mitigating things though?
Like I said, I have most of my mitigating on the right side on my second set,
Me
and
too.
I have some on the left side on my first
what is
set.
that? Like I have Dark Mind there, Shadow Wall.
Yeah, the Dark Mind is
Backward.
the AoE one that you protect everyone with some magical attack, I think.
Okay.
That's just for yourself.
No, there's one for the party.
It's Dark Mass Mystery. She's not even level 80, dude. So she doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's an earlier ability. I don't remember what level, but there's one that you could buff everyone to resist some magical damage. So for like the bosses that spam it, like I thought it was like 60 or something. It's like a lower. It's not that high in ability, but that's a good one to use. Like I said, for area attacks, and then you got the personal one,
76.
the 20 and 30% solo tank defense abilities, or
So
whatever they are.
My Shadow Wall.
And Shadow Wall is good also for building up your energy for that attack. You can use it on yourself, or you use it on the main tank or a healer if the boss is about to do an area attack.
Okay. So Shadow Wall I could use on someone else if I wanted to.
They have to
The same
be
thing
in your
with
party.
The Darkest Night is good to give it to someone else or yourself. That's like Pally's. God, that one move that Pally that does. Oh fuck! Now you can give it to anybody else in the party.
Okay.
The other one.
I don't remember what that move is. Like,
I'm gonna check right now.
most of the abilities are solo. The only one I know you could share is that the Shadow Wall.
Intervention. It's just like that, Jess.
Okay.
So yeah.
But like if it's stronger, I think on you, I think it gives less health on others, if I remember right, or the other way around.
No, it's less. You're talking about the Darkest Night, right?
No, the Shadow Wall or whatever the
Shadow Wall. I think it's.
There's a difference. Like it gives more to one and less to the other.
No, just reduce damage taken by 30 for yourself. Shadow Mine is.
No, if you use it on someone else though, it has a different amount though for for Shadow
You
Wall.
can't use that. The only one you can use on someone else is the Darkest Night.
Darkest Night
It
is
says creates a barrier.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Around target that absorbs a total of 25% of target's max HP.
Yeah, but there's not. I find that there's not enough mitigating, like Warrior and Pally have a lot of mitigating skills. This fucking job does not.
Well, it's a HP tank more or less. It's not like Paladin. Oh, you just become immune for certain attacks or whatever. Like you don't really have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have your ability. You can survive at 1 HP for most attacks.
Yeah, you have to. What it
you
This
have
is why
you have 10 seconds.
the argument
It,
of
yeah,
Dark Knight should have been a DPS, not a fucking tank.
yeah, it's a weird ability because like, say I have like a quarter of my health and he's about to do a tank buster, so I toss up the ability, and if you get hit within 10 seconds and drop below 0 health, it basically keeps you at 1 health. It's a Living Dead or Walking.
Yeah, I have that.
And then Walking Dead. Then you get either it's Walking Dead or Living Dead, something like that. Like if you fall below what would be your health, you're the second one, where you have 10 seconds to get healed the total of your health. So if you have 100k health, you have to get healed a total of 100k. You don't have to be back at full health, but you have to be healed the total of your health, or else you just die at 10 seconds later.
So I guess I'm gonna have to put a shout on that for party.
It's good for it's good to macro with something for it, but there are some moments you can get it used, but certain other attacks will still just kill you outright. If you have too many stacks of something, it'll still kill you.
But if you use like Abyssal Drain, you drain HP. And the same thing with Soul Eater. So when you're doing your combinations, you're draining HP.
Drain? Where the fuck do you get that?
It's like 50 plus, I think. It's like, or I don't know, maybe you get it earlier. It's an attack that you do on one or multiple targets. If it hits multiple targets with the buff ability, it drains health from all the things in there to give you back some health. So it's not as good for single target bosses, but it gives you something. Because there's the ability that buffs your abilities to get enhance it. If you use that with that one, it I think it makes it stronger. Or that's how it originally was. I don't remember if now you could just use it and it attacks everything in the area. But the two shadow abilities, Flood of Shadow, and the other one, if you use that ability, it one of them is a straight line attack that adds blind and something else, and the other one is I think an area attack or something that it also gets enhanced with that. I always forget the name of that ability.
Okay, so I think I'm good, but I mean,
Yeah, most abilities, you just do your combo, and there's other stuff. Okay, you could do your lunge, or that's what it's called, lunge. Do you twice every minute or 30 seconds or whatever. Get back MP and everything else. There's a lot of kind of status effects, but they got rid of a lot of them. There's an ability you use on especially a boss if they're about to do a strong attack, like a magic attack that you lower their magical attack at I think 10% or something for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Which you use that one, and then the next one you can use I said the area magic buff to help everyone.
So stalwart soul or whatever the fuck that is, that doesn't chain with anything, right? Stalwart soul.
Which is
Use Unleash and then Star Wars Swole.
Oh.
Yeah, the single pull will occasionally trigger a follow-up combo like the thunder attack for Black Mage. It has a follow-up the single to the area.
Yes.
And then I think yeah.
And then you get MP. This gives you HP.
Yeah.
This gives you MP too. This is your combo.
So what should I not use here?
And you got those at Blood Weapon or something, which gives you MP also. So if you're running low, your attacks in a combo will do more. But the third hit of your hate combo does the most things. So if you pop it before you do the third one, you get a bigger chunk, and then each individual hit will also give you some MP back. I think it was Blood Weapon.
What to use here? Oh, I see what that is. Okay, I got it. I could do this fucking move over and over.
Moved into the middle room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested.
Okay, so what does this chain with anything? No, that's just a regular skill.
Young students are always on the hunt for rooms of history behind them.
I don't know what I use.
History for cheap rent, maybe, yes.
Blackest Night.
Yeah, the one thing also, that one the one defense buff you could share, that also costs MP.
That's the sharing one, Jess.
You can use it yourself or anyone else. But just remember, it has to break for you to get the 50% charge for your gauge. But like,
Okay, yeah, I have no idea how to fucking use gauge, so.
the gauge is
The gauge is for blood splitter and quitus.
yeah. There's an ability that you can spam for 10 seconds. You can spam like 5 of the abilities essentially, for free. And then if you have 100 of the gauge, you can do 2 more. So you can do a 7 of the attacks. It's either you do an area spin attack around you, which is not that strong, or you could do the single target one that's much stronger. It's good for like, and even for like, like a pull of like 3 enemies, you can using the single one is just usually better. But if like you got a bigger swarm, then yeah, you could do the area attack to build hate and do some damage. And
then when you get to 80, you can summon your fucking mentor.
I thought it was before that, but yeah, you use 50% of your gauge, like, and he stays up for 30 seconds to attack. He picks whatever attack is targets and he doesn't take any damage.
No, it's your mentor. Like,
yeah.
If you actually pay attention how he looks, it looks like the guy who gave you the.
When you got the gem, he's basically the one who's teaching you originally.
Yeah.
My cats are always on top of my paperwork. Like, it never fucking fails. They love to sit on paper. Okay, so I think I got it a little bit. I mean, whatever. But
that's alright.
As you go through,
I'm gonna feel off because I'm used to tanks that mitigate. You know what I mean? That's why I enjoyed Warrior this time around playing it, because
it has a good HP pool. It's not as high as Warrior's HP, but it has a pretty decent HP pool for Dark Knight.
And I like Warrior for the fact that they're pretty good with DPSing too. Because I could clock fucking
but Warrior is weird because you can use your charges to either you heal yourself, do damage, or other crap. But like,
I could fucking clock Fell Cleave or whatever, like 6 times with the one fucking buff that you get from one of the skills you have.
So every job has that one ability that you can do a max damage with their Gunbreaker. I'm letting you know right now, Gunbreaker is the only job doesn't have something to fucking.
Don't tell me that.
No, because you
have to fucking hate that job even less than this one.
You'll have to fucking get like little points just so you can use your specials.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because like you basically are using like enhanced magical ammo, like in the story shows. So I'm sure it's kind of like Mechanist, where you gotta do build up charge or something like to summon your minions and stuff. Like I'm pretty sure it's kind of like a similar mechanic to use your abilities, or like cards, I guess, for Astrologian or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it has like a kind of similar mechanic.
See, I only could do 2 of those spins.
Yeah.
Because I built up for that. Like, you could build up your bullets however you want, but to do this one, you only could do it once, and it's a chain reaction.
Okay, so I'm pretty much straight. We could do
whatever you want to do. Just go to the house and change.
Yeah, like Dark Knight feels like it's a more straightforward tank. It's just like I said, there's your standard combo, there's stuff to enhance.
You need to have healers that are actually gonna heal and not fucking DPS the whole run. That's the type of fucking tank.
Nope, you can take a bit of damage, like that's all based on your gear.
Heart attack fucking tank.
No, that is fucking Gunbreaker. I'm
Gunbreaker
sorry.
too.
No, if your gear is shitty, that's basically anything like.
That's what you heard, Mark. She wasn't on the headset, and she said she feels that Gunbreakers give the white mage a heart attack.
Yes.
And white mages give the fucking Gunbreaker a heart attack.
Yes, I love her. She's the best.
She's a really good player, apparently, right?
What do you expect of my niece?
For her to make that comment, that means she knows the game pretty well.
Okay, change jobs already?
I'm Dark Knight. What are we doing right now? What do you feel like doing right now? 80s, okay.
I thought we were going to do down the list. 80s.
Yes, well, anyway.
Yeah.
It was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at that time. So sadly, rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas alerted me it was.
Everything that I could do with 80s and leave, I guess.
Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death.
Story for.
Called the police straight away, of course.
Everything with the
And the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But when we got inside, we all baldly collapsed.
You know, the
because of the gas?
or whatever, I'll do.
Yes, room was full of it. Nowhere at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death.
You have to fight. Oh, shit.
Of course, the police gave me a sound taking off because the gas pipes were so old and that.
Please.
That's not his fault, that's the fucking gas company. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the law replaced all over the house.
Yeah.
Even after you got to work, Mr. Asuma says the same thing. The stove goes out at night while he's sleeping in bed.
What happened?
That's the Polly curse. The convict's curse.
I've
done my duty as a landlord
Sophie
now.
on her account.
Someone's feeling defensive.
Wait, which Titan? EX or?
Oh, that reminds me, actually. Yes.
Titan EX or regular?
About the young Duncan. The night before the
Regular.
poor chap perished. He's been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
On, then. We'll do it in like 2 seconds.
A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it down?
What job are you?
Oh, here it is. Left it on my desk.
Samurai.
Okay.
If you excuse me.
God, no more
Let me see now. What does it say?
freaking tanks.
To my beloved and beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? That's right, wrong. Do you feel like we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Suzato. This is Suzato. Precisely why I prefaced my if you excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No. Well, he wasn't asking for your opinion anyways.
Come on, don't switch my fucking moves, you cat.
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing.
So annoying.
Rather sad,
It's
really.
the
I see. So that's what the play. That's going to play in my mind.
He does. He taps the RB. I mean R1. God, so many fucking buttons in the fucking mind.
But really, the name Mr. Ross Caesar was no bearing in this case.
Switch it to my second thing.
What's
I think we should leave it alone. Well, I suppose you're right, but fuck, we're doing. Indeed, the city's address is missing. However, there's a name attributed to man's most beloved and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already chastised you about this once, and we ignored you the first time, so we'll keep ignoring you.
Well, I'm not replacing anything anymore.
My undying love to you.
Once things go, that Miguel's screen over
My
there
colorful
that he used
darling,
for the PS5
olive green.
cracked. I'm done replacing fucking
How the fuck did this
electronics.
shit happen?
I don't know. They're not careful with it. I don't know, and I don't even fucking care, frankly. Once everything goes, they don't fucking have anything. That is not on me.
Yeah.
They want to fucking
Olive
buy,
green.
go get a job.
I was just about to say that. It's like now it's time. You guys 16.
Yep.
Get a fucking job.
The woman was plunged. I come after a knife plunging her back in the house 5 days ago. The last case of Sasaki-san's court was regaining consciousness only yesterday. By chance her name came up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruto, whatever can this mean? Meaning personal correspondence must have merits. You see, Mrs. Otto. I'm using my gumshoe voice from the first game on Sholmes, since he is a detective. It doesn't really go with his personality, but it just fucking works.
Bitch, what are you trying to get over there? Oh my god, she's trying to get my paper.
Alright, lastly, to go back to the damn hospital. I just ate 3
What do you have
cookies.
for lunch?
3 giant
Like
cookies.
half a tiny Cuban sandwich.
Well, for lunch I had a chicken parm.
Cubans are not supposed to be tiny.
Yummy.
I had 2 papadillas for lunch.
Oh.
They're alright for the first time trying it. I still prefer the pizzones for Pizza Hut, but they don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
Plus, the pizzones were much cheaper. They were like $9 each for the papadillas. Miss Green's hot. Alright, do we have something to examine yet? 22nd February. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Again. Recovery ward. And that fucking giant rat's still there. Mr. Naruto, I just finished speaking with the doctor. Seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. It's good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. Ah! What is it?
How is the red mage fucking
Miss Green.
so slow with DPS, yo?
What was that? She's clearly hid something behind her back. One moment. I'll be with you in the jiffy. There we go. We gotta examine that bottle now. Oh, hello, everyone. How you doing here? Doctor said I can finally be discharged. So I'm getting all my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing. Really?
Are you fucking
Just about to take some
serious?
medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her.
Well, the red mage fucked up, so they could kiss my ass.
Alright, so first we'll examine the bottle that we have to examine for the trophy.
People that fuck up after doing this dungeon for so long.
This is the bottle Miss Green was about to drink something from when we arrived. Yes, she looks rather preoccupied, doesn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever the doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. That's not... Oh no! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. And trophy, silver trophy, down to 1.
That's how it's supposed to fucking be done.
45% of trophies.
Leave my bag alone.
And a note. This is the card Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Just remind me where it is that we return. I forget.
And if we had listened to you the first time, we would not have learned about this.
Fire.
Right, I should say peeking for a gentleman's effects
What do
only.
you mean?
You mustn't do that
Think
either.
about it. You just did earth.
And maybe you, Mrs. Zhao, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either,
Last one
eh?
is fire. Do it. You return on fire.
After the fire guy?
Yes, after the big, longy guy.
The guy in the ground, right?
Yeah.
Alright, controller's
Technically,
dying.
He's the boss for that area.
Ah, I see. Okay. I need to order something. After this dungeon, let me just order something real quick, because I need something.
Hi, Caramel.
No. Can you figure out something to order? I don't know, but we can't order every fucking day. Just saying.
Sounds like the perfect time for some pizza. And leftovers.
Why has he been upstairs so long?
Sure, we asked everything we need to ask? Okay.
Just give me the bread and ham sauce.
Me and Scream were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Nope. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle must have fell down when she did. Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. Not in front of his room.
Everybody runs on Duncan?
I fucking run on Duncan. For fucking sure, dude.
I'm sorry, Eddie. JC, I really had to do that.
No, honestly, Dunkin' Donuts are just stale for most of the time. But they are cheap.
Yeah, the girl works.
I can't stand Starbucks, so I won't even fucking touch that fucking coffee.
Well, I don't drink coffee, I just drink soda, so...
No, I drink coffee. I need fucking coffee.
soda.
Dude, I'm 40. I need to fucking... I need to have some form of pick-me-up, dude, that's not drugs.
Yep, that's what soda's for.
Fuck you, Cass. That sounds like that was on me.
No, I'm just saying in general, man. I don't fucking take anything. I don't...
Yeah.
So I need
Why are you so
something.
nervous, Skeef?
No, because he has a medical condition that he takes...
I have
you
ADD
know.
and ADHD, but I have panic attacks and depression. So I sleep all day. So I take uppers wild with my downers. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
So then you're peaking and dropping all throughout the day then.
No, if I don't take it, I get
That would make the
very
kids
angry.
love me, though.
That would have you cleaning all day and nonstop, right?
Oh my god, dude, no.
No.
I'll be sleepy all day.
For real.
Like literally, if I don't take these medicine, I'll take a nap and I won't wake up until like fucking tomorrow. Like my depression is really bad. Even
Now
I don't
can't
even
fucking
understand
do that.
Like I don't even understand it. Like I understand what depression is, but at the same time I'm like I don't feel down, you know? But psychiatrist said I am. Sleeping all day is a form of depression.
But you don't know what's triggering it, though.
People.
Like this
I
one?
don't like people anymore. No, I'm antisocial to, like, it doesn't seem like it over the headset, but I really am. I get panic attacks, I get anxiety attacks, I get fucking a lot of shit. Dude, I have a lot of shit. And then, mind you, I have back pains every single day. So that puts me down too. Like, I think back pain is what it is that puts me. God, motherfucker!
Don't scratch the couch.
Oh boy.
I was
No!
security, and I slipped,
No.
and I got
No scratching. No
Who's
scratching.
that?
The cat.
Why is she doing that?
She's in here.
Because I'm holding her upside down.
Oh my god, what, she doesn't like it or something?
No. When she does things that she's not supposed to do, and if she does it enough, either I hold her like this 5 minutes for timeout or an hour in her travel box.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Am I the only one who lets my cats do whatever they want?
No, that's typical people. This is how you train your cat. Your cat destroys everything around you, and you finally give up caring, and that's you training your cat.
Well, my cats
No.
don't destroy anything around
My
me,
cats,
so...
no, my cats already know. They know from ever since the baby that I will whoop their ass. They know I'm alpha.
I don't know though, cause my cats don't do that either.
Yeah, my cats won't like they will scratch the walls and stuff. Like they will scratch things they know they're not supposed to. But I know that's them trying to sharpen their claws. So that's mandatory. You know what I mean? Like you can't really.
That's why I have shit like that all over my house for them to do it on. And
She has a bed with scratching posts. She doesn't scratch it. She scratches my leather couch instead.
You might need to put some catnip on that or something and keep directing her towards that because my cats don't do that.
My cats stopped scratching my leather chairs because I got scratching posts.
Yeah.
And we put catnip on it and they go after that. Like they do biscuits on like softer things, but they stopped doing scratching my leather chairs and shit. Actually, tell you the truth, I haven't seen Caramel scratch my gamer chair for a while.
Yeah.
Like right now, he's sleeping on a leather chair. He won't scratch it unless I pet him and like go crazy petting him.
Is the cat fixed or no?
Nope.
Oh, that's why too.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
And she was an outdoor cat, so.
Yeah, they're trying to put their smell on everything.
Yeah, my cats stopped scenting everything in the house, and they stopped scratching shit like that after I neutered them.
Yeah, Grayson used to pee on my PS4, dude.
Yep.
He will sit right in front of you and take a piss right on the PS4. Do you know that cat learned how to fly, right?
I remember that day.
That day he learned.
Hi, Eddie. Eddie could not stay quiet anymore.
He was
funny.
like, yo, that is too funny.
Oh no, I left it. I was watching the story. I was like, watching it.
Yeah.
Okay. But that was, yeah, that cat learned how to fly. But yeah, after he got neutered, he got fat and lazy. So he doesn't want to learn how to fly anymore.
My cats sometimes will see me coming. They'll jump on the counter and then they'll see me coming. They'll like just run away. I don't do anything. They just see me coming or hear me coming.
No, I had a cat named Prince, and I will make fun of him because he was a beautiful cat. Prince, you never met him. And I would scare him because I'll go, ooh, hello, Mr. Prince. And he freaks the fuck out when I do that to him. He's like, why? Why are you doing this to me? I was like, but I love you, Prince. My Prince. And he will like literally take out claws and try to push me away. He was like 3 times bigger than Dante. Yeah, I fucking kept that cat. But I tortured him too much.
No, I actually want food. Can you give me my orange soda? It's in the fridge.
It was a very personal letter to
It's
you.
in the second shelf, I think, from the top all the way in the back.
It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now.
Son of a bitch!
He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. Very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And so led him to Mr. Gerard's. Told me he had found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Suck a lot. Oh.
And that's past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green.
Can you just look at
She looks desperately sad. Starting to think that this is just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
That pig likes to suck on me.
So we had that. What about this? About this. You just hold that remote, don't move. Sorry. Nope, nope. That is all wrong. Is it wrong that I feel so thoroughly rejected?
I'll kick you in the face.
I don't think there's anything more important we could find out about her, so... Talk about the hospital discharge. It's wonderful news you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering, wasting space. Not people like me, anyways.
I thought it was the suction from the piggy.
So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I should probably
Suction at the back.
can't stand around and chat. She doesn't seem to be in the mood for talk, that's for sure.
I just told her to look for something to freaking eat.
This is true. Don't look at me like that, dude. Listen,
I hope you don't think of me being rude, but...
Yeah, but that's not gonna give.
Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. We're so sorry, we didn't mean to hold you. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto. Surely we're not about to leave. That's quite out of the question.
Chincho eat, or is Chincho gonna eat, or I don't understand.
Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here.
What is the baby gonna eat?
But of course I was, my dear fellow. Telling watching from the shadows, as always. Of course he is. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Oh, the rat's eating the medicine.
Isn't there still a thing for,
I need to worry about food, because this kid needs to eat. He didn't eat yesterday. I'm not getting up at 12 o'clock in the morning to cook him any fucking food.
Pizza, I told you. Yeah, and you can have leftovers.
I don't know. We had pizza already the other day.
I have summoned my horde of cats, and I haven't even started my salad yet.
True.
They're all around me looking for the hand.
Yeah, this cat doesn't meow also. Like, she basically she thrills. Basically, that's the sound she makes. Especially when
At this point, I could eat an entire store. I told you, I barely ate today.
Especially when I turn on the shower, if she happens to be in the bathroom, she runs around the house like we're gonna do something to her.
Yeah, I have a cat who loves water, dude.
Like, even when she was young, she's like the sound of like a lot of water.
He actually wants to get wet.
It was cheaper than what we normally spend on here.
No, funny enough, because sometimes when I'm about to go take a shower, she goes in the bathroom and then she jumps in the tub. So I turn on the first thing, so then as soon as I turn that on, she basically runs out. And then she's hopping on both her front and back legs or her back arch, like hopping around the house, like making noises, running back and forth.
No, my cat Grayson, he's actually a water cat. His fur is so hard to clean because every time we put water, it just comes right off. Like, it's like a bubble field of like anti-waterness, and every time we wet him or anything, it just comes right off. And you're like, how am I supposed to bathe this cat? But he likes water. He will sleep in the sink, and if you turn it on while he's there, he'll just sit there like purring throughout the whole time.
I don't remember.
Right?
Something which occurs to me rarely.
No.
Oh,
I don't remember. Don't tell me. I don't care right now. I want to watch that when I get a chance. I'll watch it tomorrow.
well, she just scratched my brother, so she's in a timeout box.
Oh, here comes the old lady.
Something that occurs to me regularly. Mrs. Otto's like this. Why do we take this as if it's an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case from before it happens.
I will take a
That's what sets a great detectives apart.
so I don't want to.
What do you mean? Said there's a case waiting for it to happen right on our very nose, Mr. Naruhodo. So let's avert disaster. Let's prevent this case from ever happening. Nothing but careful observation.
Cheese. I haven't got to
Alright.
that stuff yet. I know
All the good you set before you.
cheese.
You don't need to look. You cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
Yo, you're giving me licks. Licks? No, I mean, old lady, I never knew you like cheese. You want cheese?
It's like, that's next. Give her a peanut and.
Oh, that's so cute. Take it out your tongue. I want to touch it.
Lip.
No, she has no front teeth. Well, she doesn't have her big fangs.
Ah, the rat died.
They got infected and
The mouse seems to be dead. Look. Didn't notice it before. She ate the medicine. Think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle.
do I have?
But that's the
That's
bottle that
first
Miss
hand.
Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You all three get it first hand.
You don't think...
There you go.
Ah, so you come appreciate the true nature of the scene.
Now leave me alone for 3 seconds.
That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place.
Yeah, but you guys ate it too fast. Let me at least put my
Miss Green,
hand
the
on
contents of the
myself.
bottle you wrote for you has spilled onto the floor. The poor mouse who drank it has sadly died. Eh,
My cat's
I
no
think it's clear the bottle must have contained a
They know
powerful
I will
poison.
give them at least some if they behave.
Don't worry. I'll attend to the mouse presently.
Don't worry, great. Down there.
Miss Green, you're intending to go the same way as that rodent. Take your own knife. Once we left, you would have put it in your lips again, wouldn't you? And take the poison.
You're not supposed to have
Hey.
this much smoke.
No! Miss Green, please, talk to us.
That's why I get them small little pieces. Alright, ya, no más. Y fuera ahora. Two. This is my baloney.
Certainly feel as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when is the first arrived? Miss Green was standing with it in her hand. It can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes. May very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Schoen believes about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
I don't know what to order that's kid friendly.
Yeah.
Kid friendly.
Chipotle.
Piece of bread and cheese.
I'm trying not to eat unhealthy.
Chipotle. They're kid friendly. If they like
Cheese
spicy
with
stuff.
everything, and it's deep fried and then toasted.
Mr. Gun Ross, who thought you would have been engaged to Mr.
And then
Green?
she wants to go healthy.
To someone's beloved fancy is painful enough.
Yeah, for real, dude.
Dude, that was like a fucking bomb of disgustingness.
But then Miss Green suffered an awful injury, and that's her fiance's former lodgings too. They can be very cruel sometimes.
Yeah, it's like a cheese stick with everything on it, and then you dip it in butter, and then you deep fry it.
God, that's that is cool. A cardio arrest right there. That is going to clog your fucking your arteries so quick.
Maybe garlic bread.
Are you sure? The butter will make your arteries more smoother?
No.
Things will just slide right in?
More greasy.
No.
No, butter does make it more healthy.
Butter creates plaque, and plaque gets stuck on your arteries.
But we need butter.
That's how you
for garlic
get
bread.
fucking get heart attacks. And yeah, heart attacks.
10 seconds later, we would arrive at a very different scene here. Now, I believe we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it had been quite so delightful from your perspective on the screen. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine, quote unquote? With this being a hospital now, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves his medicine cabinet open for a while. So I snuck in while he wasn't looking. It cuts pictures that lacks the label. I wonder what it contains.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green. Don't talk of such things. Seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. That poor, fat little mouse. Oh no, no, it's all my fault. What have I done? You killed the mouse, who cares? Sure, move this to my office, Miss Green. Take it you have no objection. No, none.
Sherlock Holmes should eat the mouse.
Well, it just ate poison, so I don't think he'd be that stupid. But we don't know.
Mom, he's stupid enough to eat the soap.
To drink ink.
And drinking ink. Yeah.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. They arrived by post to my home the day before the incident. They put me in a hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month? That's the day before you were stabbed in Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Slug and Salad, yes. Pub in the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Gary Depp's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I am sure you've guessed. That day when I was stuck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness! So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before.
What?
I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me
What do you
now.
want?
I told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have dragged up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine.
Deep fried with melted cheese on top?
Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again.
What?
A salad.
Repeat that word again?
Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has a bottle
I'll
now.
take a burrito, deep fried with melted cheese on top?
Nacho cheese?
Nacho cheese goes on anything, alright?
I said a burrito deep fried with melted cheese on top.
If you go to Fuddruckers, you could put nacho cheese on top of everything.
Oh, like heart attack on a plate? Okay, you can go to the next one.
It's not a heart attack on a plate. It's like.
Yeah. Don't stop.
You can do the next one. Oh, I was gonna say.
Just don't worry, your 10 times bottle now, anyways. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and in a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end.
Yeah, I did.
Might sound like a little conceited, but well, that's how this has made me feel.
You are, Mark. She doesn't really say it when you're here, but you are.
Oh, yes, I am.
Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street where Mr. Sholmes. Hey, it's nighttime.
At least you're an honest bitch. That's the best part.
It would appear we reached the end of our investigation trail for today. Yes, it's late. In Naruto? Did you discover anything that might be of use for your court tomorrow, you think?
Hell yeah.
You thought about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garadev's lodgings, the convict, Miss Selden? There are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see how the heart of it, if you ask me.
Fucking hate this.
That's my feeling, anyways.
I really wanted the other one.
Me too.
Which one are you guys doing?
Can't help but wondering the results of the analysis. Enter Mr. Naruhodo's team, you mean? Yes, well, they have found a stick line
Like
in or
inside
not.
a castle and shit.
Well, I fear that's either way. I feel that either way, it'd be hard to escape the grasp of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Baron Van Zeeks.
Now I remember the last boss.
Yeah. This is the one with the current.
That wish you every success, of course.
Yep.
Though I was late to rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed as a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting Mr. Nasuma's cause to the very end. London, the world's most famous, prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, the back alleys, and
Oh shit, we didn't see if Sophie got on.
behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here.
Go tell her that. Go tell her we're gonna
And
do
so
it
I
right
felt
after this.
honor-bound to battle
I
equally
just
hard
made
for
lady and
my
then-
compatriot,
And
to lift the
expert.
curse that gripped him. And so Mr. Sholmes, tomorrow will be a new dawn
Yeah,
for all
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
us.
Tell her that I have to do 80 and this is
To
my
be
last
continued.
run for now, and then we can help her out. This is the last run. Just tell her I needed to do 2 runs and then we're gonna help her. After this run. Like 15 minutes.
I hate you, Josh.
What?
Now you have to put a timer.
23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber.
I always get the chicken bacon ranch one. Cheddar bacon ranch, sorry.
Dot 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 dot.
But why can't you just look at it?
This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Wraps and look for
Yes,
the
it's time to put an end to this
chicken
now.
bacon ranch one or
This
whatever.
miserable curse has been plaguing Mr. Natsume to everything.
Chicken and bacon ranch.
In my own small way, I should do everything I can to help you. Always appreciate your help, Mrs. Otto. Suffering, Soseki, selfishly, sidelined. Ah. Good morning, you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away as happily as the main player of today's trial isn't here.
You can uncheck that.
Why do you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume.
It's a creamy
I
one.
thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally. That's because I have attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see. It's a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow.
I don't know about you.
You'll have to forgive me.
You get the ranch.
And you mustn't talk of the path leading
Ranch,
you
that's what it's called.
to death, Mr. Natsume.
And you can have oil and vinegar.
That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm.
Red wine vinegar, that's the only thing they have.
You barely see me
And
at all, you say. I'm sure you abandoned me.
ranch already has
Return to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
Okay, everything here.
We've not even been to Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. Tend to set everything straight today in court. Turn to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh?
There's a person who made
Sort of decision.
the ring fit.
I shall find you in... I shall fill you in after the trial.
The ring fit.
Alright.
With all fast.
Oh boy.
It would seem
So,
Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all.
If he's going to walk,
It's a very clever
he
message, I
has to
think.
walk.
My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
Yeah.
It's a very clear message, I think, that you overslept again. That great detective, my arch nemesis,
You have to
long may he stay away, if you ask me.
Sandwiches. Look at sandwiches. We know.
Defendant and your legal representative, says the bailiff. Trial's about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately.
Off with his head.
Oh, workers hard.
Squire, protect me.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper.
Throw the king off the bridge.
All hail King Asshole of the Asshole Kingdom.
Like, if you could see his trial, this would probably be very interesting. If you see how this prosecutor dresses also, and the shit he does in the court.
Check. And just take out stuff.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper.
Damn it, old lady, you stink up the house.
And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution,
Release the stick bomb.
the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Sasaki-san's curse. Truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me.
Italian urban cheese.
And I have to keep fucking with my client and fight to the very end, that's all.
What do they have there?
23rd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
Put American.
Here comes the juror and the judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Don't put any bacon.
And
Salami?
and
Look for
my
a different sandwich then. Cancel that. Go out of it. Go back.
my ex-friend, streamer friend that I had, like, he was playing this game too, for this and the previous game, the Phoenix Wright ones. He basically had a Sean Connery voice for the judge. This court is now in session. I can't do the voice.
It's really hard to do, Sean Connery.
I'm good at certain voices, like, to a certain degree, but
Same here.
it's also kind of hard when there's a lot of women and you have to fucking do women voices.
Sounding like anything he
Suck
says,
it,
it
Trebek.
sounds like he's saying SH at it all the time.
I'll take the rapist for 400. That was it Celebrity Jeopardy, or yeah, the skits from, was it Mad TV, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Mad TV back then.
I miss Matt. Okay, white versus black.
There were a lot.
Now people fucking be like, you're racist. Fuck you. It was literally fucking white versus black spot. Like, come on.
There was a lot of good segments and stuff back then. Like, I remember it was back, like, I think it was like in middle school when it was a lot more like. I know I've mentioned the jazz where back when I was going to the improv over here in Miami, I seen Ari Spears once or twice on he had performed there. I think he was like a big part of Mad TV too, like one of the better characters. I have a CD here somewhere too. Sadly, most laptops and stuff now don't come with fucking CD players. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. Prosecution. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
As long as it has salami.
Very good. I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by the law to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Never.
Absolutely. Justice will be done, mark my words. This one, juror number 2, looks like Bo Peep. I feel obligated to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Can you bring my iced tea, please? You're in the kitchen. Come on.
Like I said, doesn't she look like Bo Peep?
Come over here. The fucking restaurant's gonna close by the time you finish fucking ordering.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like.
I'm over here right now.
Thieves deserve to die. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for that man. The rich baroness said.
I can't when you're fucking going
Brother
that
worker.
fast,
Look,
man.
I said it yesterday, I said it again today. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, lead his flock to righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Yeah, the photo should have uploaded. Doesn't juror number 2 look like Little Bo Peep?
Oh my god, yes, choose that one. But that's a foot long, get a 6-inch.
The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Wine bottle into his wine glass in the middle of court. Swishing his wine.
What? Roy?
Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dog.
Those are the add-ons. You can't take the meat out of the sandwich. Just the add-ons.
Pray allow me a moment to savor the liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer this good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wait. Was I lagging or something? And I am...
Mayo.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're not welcome.
No, that's not his voice. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. I guess it's more or less his voice.
Wasn't it right there with the oil?
Oh, no. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found the bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow.
That's it.
And there was indeed a frozen reddish
Just
liquid in
make
the
sure
depression on the
there's
top of
nothing
it.
else in that sandwich.
Yes, that's a tea. Also, Mr. Asuna brought with him that night.
Italian or...
Well, the brains of the art analyze it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. That's my British voice for the British inspector. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine and other toxin substance in it. No poison at all. That's as British as I can make him. Is that my racist leprechaun voice, like I had for another person? No, the guy from the first case, he had leprechaun voice. That would have no idea. In other words, the tea the defendant brought with him to the victim was innocent. It was clear. What a revelation!
Dude, you sound Indian.
You're not too Asian.
Like I said, if you see my stream, you can see the people I'm voicing and what I'm trying to voice.
I know.
Because they definitely have their own looks and personalities, as I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sadeki Sasumi, is blameless here. Objection. My learned Nipponese friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. Yeah, the prosecution has my Batman voice. From the newer Batmans. Does anyone have a throat lozenge? A throat lozenge. That's literally been the last few Batman's voices.
Oh my fucking Batman.
You have a drop for me to chew.
The only way to survive is sugar.
Be good.
Oh my god.
But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Consul.
Okay, Brock.
That was.
And he threw his. And like I said, that was the judge voice. Like, and this guy, like I said, he had it. He has an expensive bottle of wine that he pulled into his very expensive glass, and he just tossed it into the fucking the lanterns, and breaking the glass and everything. He does that multiple times through the trial, or he just gets his bottle and flips it back into the gallery and breaks it. That's this prosecutor. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was in that night in question. As the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare. Fucking Shamspeare name. Whom the prosecution calls back to the stand. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Oh my god, you're actually making me tear, dude.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Honestly, this judge is a lot smarter. Is a lot smarter than the fucking judge from Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy.
I believe it's not butter. Why is not butter?
Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid, given in my innocence. If you've forgotten what Shamspeare looks like. Did you see juror number 2?
No, you were.
Let me see.
What the fuck?
Doesn't she look like Miss Little Bo Peep?
I feel so complicated.
Or like the girl from like the Popeyes cartoons?
Again, when my hat is sitting just right.
Yes, but what was relevant in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we have first been led to believe.
Okay.
By using the bars of soap as such as this, he had been stealing gas from the gas supply company,
Is
yes.
she even on?
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of sweet fuel given.
I would have done sex.
That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man's a rotten thief, juror number 1. Juror number 5. I haven't forgotten.
She's not on.
She's not even
Kept all the icy coins in a tiny secret, did you?
Then let's go.
You should have owned up sooner.
I'll be back.
Number 4, the wife of the of the company. The gas company. Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once! And let him feel the sting of my tail!
I don't think John let her get on.
Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends. I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for cowards such as I, death will be well deserved. But would that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of the far eastern and Verona did contrive to poison me. But there was no poison found in the tea in your room. The police can attest to that. What the defense would assert is an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why the poison apparently entered your body, and though none was found in the tea. Witness testimony. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in their debate, never did a drop of it, his own liquid, pass his lips. Oh yeah, I remember, right? The last week that they were having a discussion of which was stronger, Romeo or Juliet. And they were wrestling until the defendant won as Juliet. The little Japanese man. That was the debate they had. It should be in the screenshots. Like I don't think I've taken a picture of Natsume. Actually, I think I just did. Of the defendant. Ah, that's him right there. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never a drop of his own drink passed his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in the cup to make my coins of ice. This was no surprise. When he freaks out, he is a very that large amount of teeth. 'Tis no surprise that the poison not be found in the tea. I did pour into the mounds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. But now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams,
that gave me a fucking heartburn.
'Tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Off with his head.
Fix his golden prop. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, says juror number 2. Number 3. I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Yeah, see? You're like a one-man show, yo.
It's a game. You have to read everything. There's nothing.
You
That,
have to read everything.
yeah, this game does have cutscenes in the beginning and the end, so everything else is not voiced. The T
I
inconsistency.
don't feel like having heavy food right before I go to sleep, because then I'm gonna wake up with a stomach ache.
The Japanese have banned. They've gone into my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct? I know if thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or not know thee?
Salad is not healthy.
No, thee not.
It's got
Methinks is
mayonnaise
all
in
I
the-
know that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first D. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'tis was a fine flavored brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb thy sweet rose. That, dear friends, be simple truth. Listening to Mr. Shamspeare, he seems even better formed than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm worse formed. Thy fated evening, after I did dine, at the Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse to good report. Hey, we had something to happen with that. Not did pass my lips, but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. And how can you prove that? It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured in this wicked poison. Gonna squeeze the truth out of him. Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To be witness the act, and then drink the tea? Thou dost ascribe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched and parched, would I have the choice. Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would have sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right. No ice coin means no heating. The witness has more than one brush of death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, as to whether the accused drank any tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, near a drop of his own drink passeth his lips.
So she's not. No, she's not. She's not on. I don't see her online. When I went on,
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from is found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp the poison cup that night, and in mine agony I did arrive uncontrolled.
oh, well, why?
In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, its contents spilt as blood in the gaping wound, methinks. No, you did not. We have a picture.
I thought she was in the one in her free company, in our free company.
Though certainly 'tis after I made my coins of ice from Miss T. An upset cup was found at the table the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. You're wrong. Because we have a picture to prove that there is one. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Hint, hint. Yes, of course, I know what it is.
What? No, I was trying to dodge the fucking gun.
Mr. Suma's wife's tea drink while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guests had left before you drank the tea that evening. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remaineth in his cup to make my coins of ice. Oh yeah, so this guy was stealing gas because he would make coins of in ice so he could pay the gas meter so he could have free gas and heating. And he had been doing that for 3 months. Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat, or to die, 'tis life's only choice. Yes. Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and my occupation be not an ugly one. Pity thee, thou did not see the beauty in the simplicity of the ruse. No, I don't. And be very sure, sir, once this trial's over, Outmont Gas will take you to task for this. Legal task. Juror number 4. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But, my lady, whilst thou'st what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I like to do with you. Starting with that shoddy shirt on your back. Tis time for a Shakespearean dance. What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on defense not to muddy the waters in this irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used the tea to make your coins? Is that correct? To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago. So the third one is the one that's... Thus, it's no surprise that poison did not be not found in the tea. Just they poured it into my molds.
That's my food right now because it's what's keeping me from being hungry.
If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself for until around that time. Once ensnared by literary debate, none else be found in the furrows of my mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? Who was the stronger of the two? Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was in studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the teas while it was hot that evening? My lords, wouldst thou be privy to such some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea, ought I tepid be. Ah, yes, so it's very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Sasaki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere of this courtroom today It feels as though everyone's against us, Mr. Naruto. Yep, it must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somehow, the jury will pounce on Mr. Natsume's guilt. It really feels like we're about to be jumped in the fire here. Alright, so let's try statement 3, if not statement 5. You say he never drank. But then, why is there only one set of tea rings? Yep. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic. What is this, ye dark, ye clad fiend? The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the one used by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. The one that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look inside the cups. Just there is a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. A PDD, sir, was makes stuff of it. Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Jury, drink tea while it's hot. 3 jurors agree. Yes, that's it. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed inside the cup as well, after several hours of tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Again. Get thee to a nunnery! As a rule, I filled my hollow chalice up to 7 times during one trial. Like in the first game, there's one guy who has up to 15 cups of coffee in one trial. Yep, there was a guy that actually drank up to 15 cups of coffee in one trial. And at the 15th cup is at the end.
Fucking every morning, dude. There's a John drinks like 45 cup of coffee per fucking day.
So you need to switch to Cuban coffee. Have it more concentrated.
Oh shit.
You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on this occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour one more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege? My liege? Though you previously stated that you made the coins of tea ice from leftover tea in accused cups, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in a small teapot left at the scene?
Let me see if Sophie's on.
Smashed his glass. That's the second glass he's broke. Expensive wine glass. A fact that has vanished from your memory until now?
Huh?
I said I'll be right back in 2 stuff.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily 'tis a thought thou hast seen with thine own eyes at night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'tis was empty, and thus I did use the dregs that fester in the teapot. My liege disrespect. And you've just suddenly remembered this now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that had bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, he takes his cape off. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does it mean then? Do I declare it means that there is no issue with the gas thief's testimony? Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously?
Okay.
You missed the part where the prosecutor just took his cape off.
No. It's fine. I was listening.
Like I say, that's how fancy an outfit he has. He just took his cape off from his lord outfit. Lords and ladies, gentlemen of the jury. I don't know, wrong voice. Lords, ladies, gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. Right, let's see. Do I have a
50.
This is the prosecutor. Before he took his cape off.
Damn, I'm gonna have to do main scenario, an alliance raid, and normal raid. As fucking Bard to be able to get my legs.
After I did dine at Grubb's Gubbery Ale House at
Yeah, the
night,
legs.
not to pass my lips, but the black tea giveth to me by the Japanese, whose back be stoopeth as low as death. On what did you dine then, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth of was be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad, and in sadly as menu as the establishment where it was served.
Yeah. She's not on. I don't know. I looked for her, and she's not on my friends list, and she's not in the FC. So.
Talk to John. Just tell him what's going on.
If I call him, he's gonna have me on the phone for random shit.
And this is what he looks like capeless.
Where is she? Crying. I don't know. She's doing something. I don't know.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Really would suffer what punishment would seem fit
Can't receive a tell.
to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray if ye wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth.
No. No.
That beeth one thing, this beeth another. Sure, 2 and 5 and it.
Yeah, I don't.
Dreamers all, your humble servant, Shamspear doth entreat you.
Can you tell her to send me a tell right now? I called her.
Punish a Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! Juror number 1. May I speak, my lord? Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by the rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. You know that Wafer was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer said he's stealing gas. He deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's beating us a garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what if he just learned the victim has opened in my own eyes again? We reach a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Yeah, for this they have a voice. I hereby declare the jury to be one in accord. Oh, happy day. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds on which you have found the defendant guilty of the crime in which he is charged. Judicial findings. The jury's contentions. I'm a man of logic, and have considered all the evidence. The defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would go to avoid paying it. That's her reason for finding the other guy guilty. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. What does that have to do with finding the defendant guilty? Gas does not come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves me up is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passes the victim's lips that night, there is no other explanation, is there? That's the reason all 6 jurors just found him guilty for. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply have influenced the decision somewhat. But never mind.
Hey, chat log. Where do you see her? Send me a tell.
No, you really should mind.
I already tried.
The truth is, our counter-argument isn't very assailable as we hoped. Unassailable. If Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method of which the Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. It's our only hope to demonstrate that the court incontrovertibly. But this is surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will. He'll be found guilty. No delays, Consul. Proceed with the summation examination. Jury examination.
Give me a second, Mark.
I have a feeling that she's not in our server.
But we can still play with her. I just have to go to a main city to go look for her in Zalera real quick.
Or you could just invite her to a cross-world party if she's on your friends list. If you're doing a dungeon or something.
Maybe Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna leave the party for a sec. Yes.
The defense's rebuttal. I'm a man of logic. Nothing considered all the
Give me a
evidence.
second. I'm going to Zalera.
The defendant must logically be guilty.
Okay. Now let me see if I can play a search here.
All the evidence, you say it. That's right. There can be no room for doubt. All this is pointing to all the Japanese man with a big mustache. Says the Englishman with a bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence.
Okay.
Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, already. Perhaps if we shift the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. So,
Okay, let me see if I can invite her to party real quick, and then I'll invite you to party.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying it. This isn't a time or a place to be discussing the price of gas, ma'am. But really, think of it, the injustice. Gas is air, and air is free. Why should Almont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. Miss Little Bo Peep. This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either. Number 4. If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madam. It seems my fellow juror takes issue to the price of our gas company charges for gas. But it precisely is because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. The Japanese guy was not stealing gas. It was the fucking guy testifying. No, Mr. Asumi's not the one who's been stealing gas.
What she said, but I can't.
I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Nasumi hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
It's Titan, and I sent a tell saying I'm still in the quest chain.
Alright. That stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's a lethal gas, it is. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'll take poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up your room. Ah! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all.
Oh, what is he doing right now?
Close enough. Young lawyer man? Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you in our company's legal representative.
I'm asking her if she's far from the quest. If she's far from unlocking it. My fucking feet are swollen.
So, that's a good employment opportunity. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with the gas companies in the past. So, the stuff explodes and it can poison you. And absolutely lethal gas is. Gas does not come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Oh my god.
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you haven't noticed, against my gas company's gas. Am I supposed to just sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, huh? What about getting electrocuted, huh? Well, how about that? Little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. A little explosion here or there. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nonetheless, the thief of your gas is deplorable. Point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam?
Okay, you can kick her.
Other gas companies, for example.
Well, we have to disband to make it an actual normal party.
Well, if it stays Crossworld, it doesn't make any difference. It just says Crossworld or whatever.
Whatever, yeah, I guess.
It doesn't make any difference for anything you're doing. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam.
Let's get it for it.
Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
No, because
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
Oh my
What?
god.
But if they don't have any gas,
Fucking kidding me. I haven't done this since doing story, dude.
how do they go about selling it to people?
It's story.
You wouldn't think it possible,
Number
would you?
79.
But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But those devious reprobates secretly disconnect their pipes and divert the gas to their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplying by those pipes, and take money for precious gas that's rightfully ours,
Not what I was.
even without us knowing. They're diverting gas into pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft. Then we visit customers' homes to collect the money from their meters. We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have been up to his tricks. Oh. You have something to say. Pursue. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you is saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Almond gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the piper. We need to ask your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away gas company secrets there. What? Oh, please, everyone knows. But it was nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? Yeah. I'll explain if you don't mind, says juror number 4. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and if it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words,
Fucking mutate like 3 times.
upon blowing into a pipe, the lights in the adjacent property that have no contract with your company flicker. You can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. That's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. Trouble is, which particular worker came to my household didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. And you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with our stove. Gas started pouring into the house.
Like that anyway.
What a disaster.
It looks like Michael.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. Ah, so now we have another evidence for our case, based on this testimony. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. We just learned something important. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing onto an exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. So, yes, we learned something. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that dwindle us. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard in the gas pipe, you'll extinguish everything in a house. And then you're in real trouble. Alright, now back to your testimony. Number 4. We learned something important. Refrain from all the gas talk, we were all talking about that. Both take it. Buzzing. Electricity getting electrocuted. Little explosions.
All of them?
Come to more devious rogues. Other companies.
The one that is tethered.
Oh.
How do they put gas in your thing? They steal the gas.
I didn't know that.
These ropates divert to their own ROM pipes.
Anyone?
I mean, precious gas, not even know.
Come on, you're supposed to remember this
Brazen
shit.
theft. That's what thieves could be strict.
I can tell.
Won't seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult to tell someone you can't see, you know? Very difficult indeed. Thank you, that will do. Clearly this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe this subject will suit him well.
Eddie.
To your new career in nothingness.
What?
Thank you so much.
Die.
What did that die?
You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, Consul. Number 5, the day laborer. Truth be told, my wife serves up tea for me as a little sketchy at times. You mean it's poison?
Oh, shit.
That's right, it happened a few times already now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And then, so you're doing it, my wife. She gets a devilish look in her face. And she slips some white powder into my teacup. And you drink it anyways? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. See the logic of these people. He thinks his wife is poisoning the teacup, and yet he drinks it anyways because that's how he was brought up. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe me. Salty as hell. She put salt into coffee. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly? Yeah, unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Poor day laborer. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there is no other explanation, is there? Alright, old man. Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, will you change your leaning? Eh? Sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else that night. What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Have you been listening to me at all? I feel that there's an English expression about the pot and the kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who won't even appear to have anything to say on the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is... He has selective hearing? He has selective hearing? Exactly. But still, the juror may well be the key to breaking through that what we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way of appeal to these people. I do think that one way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing which way Mr. Shamsphere was really poisoned. We have to prove that there has been some other way and not via Mr. Nasuma's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it happened. Yes, we do. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they have reacted to something else. We already did that. We already have key of... If you'd like me to remind you what it means, I'd be more than happy to, of course. No? It's like it sounds tied in my hands. I'll go to my client to hear advice my sister may have to offer. Perhaps she'll... Let her remind me? No. I don't need you to remind me. Actually, I don't think there's any need. Why don't we start changing these jurors' minds as soon as possible? Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide to want to like your memory to refresh, you only need to ask, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, so who can we pit against each other now? No evidence he's guilty. Gas is too expensive. Blowing on the pipes. Alright, so that's for passing his lips. Blow too hard.
What the fuck, are we doing a dungeon or are we fucking doing a normal raid?
Alright, we'll pit the two women against each other. Gas doesn't come for free, it costs a fortune delivered to the Satan pipes. I do agree as far as too expensive, but I understand what a man wanted to avoid point. Let's see if that works. These two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Nope. But hold it. My lord, as a foreman of the jury, I must object. What? Being a leader, it's my duty to stand up for all the jurors present. And I'll stand up for them all. I concur with the foreman counsel. I will warn you. I shall not abide any pettifoggery. Till you got your facts straight. Keep your pointy fingers to yourself. I thought I did. Trying to find consistency in the juror's statement, Mr. Naruhodo. Key to it is comparing different things that they say before attempting to pit them against each other. Alright, I have another go.
No, I don't want to listen to that anymore.
Alright. That was just a wild guess, but yeah. Guy's lips. Blow too hard, huh? Serves up tea that's a little sketchy. Let's try you at number 6 then. These two statements are clearly contrary to each other. Good gracious.
I said, how am I supposed to know?
Which two statements you refer to, counsel? Juror number 6. Did I hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I hear him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Nasuma's tea did, if matter of fact, speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there are any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard has enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare? What speakest thou? Pitieth thee is not as strange and strange. That is that thee say that I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear. But let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall lamp to your room.
Oh, I forgot to do this.
And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good.
Oh, crap.
Good lord. Dun, 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 dun. I love the court music. They taste salty then, the gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress could perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speak of thy fancy. I assure thee, I'm not a buffoon, that I have to kiss pipes. Breaks his third wine glass. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learning beneath friend's conjecture. Pours himself a fourth glass. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room was high on the wall. In other words, to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. No, technically he would not. We have a photo to prove that. Ah, yes, that's why those handprints are there. These are empty assertions. Breaks his fourth wine glass now. Immediately after pouring it. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. I do have proof. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shakespeare put his lips on the pipe. Specifically. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shakespeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. I'd like to see his evidence then. Now I got the jury's ear. I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of his gas lamp. Handprints on the wall. What the? These are, wait, what are they called again? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Fingerprinting does not exist yet. Skin prints, Consul? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in the court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Reveals that of all the places Mr. Shakespeare touched in this room, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Yeah, well, if anyone could have invented something like this, that great Sholmes fellow, sure, that's for sure. I agree, this month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shakespeare appears to have been touching at very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. According to the hanging picture here, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you find yourself directly in front of... I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? ... I asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? He said that blowing into gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker visited his home and blew in too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, the incident was an accident. However, this simple fact is, if Mr. Shakespeare were to blow hard into the gas pipes in his room here, he could have extinguished every other lighting gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to... Fifth wine glass. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Miss Bo Peep says. Breaks glass number 5 in his hand. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But... Please, my lord, if I may.
Miss Lozado.
Isn't the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence? We merely wish to present the results of the great detective investigation at the scene, as a tool by which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yep. Ding. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has seen now. I don't believe we can allow that to happen. I'm sure the jurors would agree. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, exclamation. Hold it. Juror number 3, you're right. Whether the strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results should be absolutely fascinating. Number 2. I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. 2 for not guilty. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy, says the foreman. Well, I did say it, didn't I? I don't like to break a promise, number 6. No, wait. You heard his lordship. It's not fair to take him evidence. Vote number 3, not guilty. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Just one more juror has to change his or her mind.
Mr. Nasuma's travel will have to continue. Thank you, Mrs. Otto, but I couldn't have done it without you.
No?
Oh no!
Right.
It was you who identified the clue after all. This was very much your success.
Nope.
Shamspear is sweating.
We broke again!
Why, Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it. Very well. Continue, Consul. Alright, summation examination has to continue. I'm very interested in the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene. We're the ones who decide if the evidence is worthy of consideration or not. Us, the jury.
What the fuck do I have a chain on before?
Gas doesn't come free. Truth be told, my wife's is a little sketchy at times. We'll leave in breaking promises and come up with a decision that's clear. Alright, who can we pit against each other now?
Oh, at least I'm one.
So we have to show juror number 1 some evidence. So what did you want evidence of? All the evidence you say. That's right. There's no room for doubt. Pointing of the Japanese man. Skin prints. Yeah. Scanning new forensic technique. Developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. If Mr. Shamspear had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe that lay in question, it can be denied that possibly that's where his poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that's plain in my mind. But as the prosecution already says, I should pay no attention to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yeah? Even if the fellow had been up to some mischief with the gas pipes dozens of times before, doesn't mean he's got the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh? If you can't make up your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. Oh, you do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. Oh, no, wait. Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? It's time to prove your theory. I'm afraid if you and your Japanese cohorts can't, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruto, if we can substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors will change their minds before we have a chance to change it back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show Mr. Shamspear really did blow into the gas pipe the night in question? I don't know. Not in a position to prove it yet. That's what I say yet. Continue with the examination. I went too quickly.
Can we break it?
You have to change his mind. Alright. How can you prove he did it in the night in question? I can present evidence, I have a supporting theory, or nothing yet. Hey, what evidence can I present? You have the handprints. Oh, we could say that. I have a supporting theory. Testimony. In truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there's a witness testimony that can substantiate it. What the? Testimony? That's incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. Person who can testimony can reveal details about the gas that carried the residents that night. Namely, Mr. Garrett. Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Whew, I don't think he was listening. Rest assured, Counsel, I can't let such nonsensical answers go without penalty. Thought I got away with it. Spoke about the gas on the night of the question. Yes, there was someone. That's what I thought too, but obviously I chose the wrong person. Oh, that's right, we do have another person we can say.
Oh, leave me alone. It's a kill move. Get behind the ice.
The one who can attest to the gas is the guy who looks like the Dick Tracy character.
I could do this shit in my sleep.
Oh, Mr. Foreman? But what he... So it's not him. So it's not Mr. Garrett then.
Me.
Jur?
Fuck,
No,
don't
it's not
even
it.
Start the fight.
No, that's not it.
Now. This music always makes me have to pee.
What?
Music makes you have to pee.
Like I have to pee. Because it's very rushy.
Not so man. Can you talk about the gas? Hey man. How you doing, Gravy? Not feeling great? No problem, man. Thank you for coming in and hope you feel better, QB. Now I'm gonna try to figure out who. So the only other person I can say is... Yes, Mr. Natsume. Obviously I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. Yeah, I'll be on for about an hour or so more, so if you're still here, we could chat. If not, you can just kind of watch the drama unfold in the background. Obviously I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in the court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even that fateful night, it happened returning from Mr. Chancellor's room. I let my gas stove climb into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On that night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly, blowing in the pipes. So that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there. Why would you do that for? He's sweating even more. Mr. Foreman. What is it, young man? We cannot allow judgment to pass whilst this doubt remains. It's true that we don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ah. Fair enough. Like I said in the onset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Not guilty. And 4. That's 4 jurors leaning to not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jurors now call guilty, 4 call for not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in that accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shakespeare.
My lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee?
What you say in response to various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught for either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over that wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
Now he broke his bottle. Tossed it into the audience.
I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already, juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from a self-professed detective's toy has no place in British court of law.
Technically, no.
Nah. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands to the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You do all well to remember that.
No. I said I
But the
did it
prosecution must
yesterday.
concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas by feeding the lamp, and the Chancellery room will be examined. If there are traces of poison there, what appears to be extremely simple, my Japanese friend, is mine. You'll recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if the poison were to be spread on the pipe, it would be completely evaporated by now, making it analysis impossible. Ah, I didn't think of that.
In any case, Consul, I fail to see what would possibly be motivate a man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas network where he lived?
We have a theory.
Okay.
There's only one possibility I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Rabble, 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 rabble.
Order! Order! Order in the court!
Hey, yeah.
I didn't do what you should say.
Order on the head!
Futurama.
Counsel! Counsel! Precisely whose life are you proposing this young man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. We've been unraveling the mystery this far. Mrs. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of... It's Natsume. A gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, would be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticed. I live around the parts myself, so I know what that's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Gerda, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger who Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end. Whose life?
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim of the man this man was trying to murder.
Stand back on real quick.
Good gracious!
Huh?
The accused is actually the aggravated?
So sign on real quick.
Interesting.
I like how this game does a panorama of the scene when certain big moments come up. However, the fundamental facts of this case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question arises, who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is the person responsible was well aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. So now you're saying that you're agreeing with the theory but using it to support yours. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known of the laced end of the pipe of poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known that Mr. Shakespeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to the question couldn't be more obvious. Naturally, the sole purpose of the answer couldn't be more obvious. The only man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in what was clearly a retaliatory attack.
Oh, can't you invite her from the...
Could only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Oh, okay.
Jurors. Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. The only person who could possibly have perpetrated this attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. Nope, there's one other. 4, 5, and 6. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert the suspicion of the accused. Far from it. In fact, now as the clear motive of the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever.
Okay.
Would you not agree, mighty please, friend?
Oh, you're doing it regular?
Yes.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Oh my god, you're fucking nuts, dude.
Wait, will she get it in progress if we do it?
How did he manage to turn that around so rapidly?
I thought they took that away.
I don't know, I never heard that before. Try and see.
Come on, I want to finish this damn case for tonight. Mr. Naruto, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. Okay, so yeah, we're at the end of the case then. Last chance.
This fucking music really makes
What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room.
because when the fucking...
So we must name that person and absolve Mr. Natsume of that guilt.
It makes me have to pee.
You mean name the true culprit? Ah, we could do that. Yes, we can. I know it might sound impossible, but we failed to do that. I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. Did I miss something while I was reading?
It's like the level 34 and he's just getting framed.
As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. Evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular poison now. Yes, a person now.
4 seconds.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again.
Well, it looks like she got the cutscene.
She did.
I trust you to make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Oh, what? Oh, don't you worry. Exactly what he... Shut up. Everyone's shocked. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
You don't need me.
The true culprit. A term found only in the second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Japanese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on long enough. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you.
She said, "Hey, be nice."
Tell us, my learned Japanese friend, what is your latest theory?
I'm gonna be
Who is the
nice.
so-called true culprit of this crime?
Bitch night.
Okay, bitch.
Where is he?
Bitch night. God, I can so see that.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, we don't have the other person. So we have to...
Shit another day. When I'm not doing Genshin for like 4 hours. Oh, shit.
There's only one possible choice.
No, I didn't.
You claim this person is the true culprit.
I'm not gonna fucking worry about
High suspicion, I would
right
say.
now.
Yes.
My health is more important.
Perhaps,
than
my learned
fucking
Japanese friend, you should turn your wide-eyed suspicion to yourself. What?
Haven't eaten.
For it seems to me that your recklessness makes you far more than anyone else with it.
Couldn't.
Very dangerous man
We ordered
indeed.
from Subway and they closed by the time we finished ordering.
Sir please, you must concentrate. I was trying to. You must concentrate harder. Harsh.
I will talk to you tomorrow. Good night, FJ.
Alright, have a good night, Jazz.
Alright.
So if it's not him, then who's the true culprit? Nope, we got it wrong. Alright, let's try this again. One other person that could have been involved in all of this. So it's not these two, so... But we don't have that person that I want to say. All point to a particular person. That's not it. No. Alright. We only have so many choices we can implicate. Could it have been him? I don't think so, but... Nope. The music didn't stop, so it's not the correct person. The only other person I can think of is her. Oh, yes, it is. The poison. Yes, it is her. Right. The name of the person responsible for the poison, I believe, is afflicted Mr. Shakespeare, I believe, is... Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green, Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I heard that name in the recent past, Consul, but I do not recall where. 2 days ago in fucking court. 3 days ago. Miss Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago? The victim of the recent stabbing on Briar Road? An incident in which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for 3 days, I believe, but she has regained her consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in the hospital at the bedtime, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night of the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't be possibly responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green at the hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details of the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never have I heard of her suspicious-looking face. Judging by that look, Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. You will see my Lord Nipponi's friends farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecutor requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour shall be sufficient. Very well. I'll grant thy request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, consuls. We'll reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. I have to take a shit. To be continued. And a part 4 for the trial. 10:30. Yep. So I'm not gonna be able to finish this case today. I've had it before. Oh yeah, I think I'm almost done. 3 hours later, then I finally finished. It's like it makes really big twists and turns like this. That like it's there's.
Damn it! I thought you were done. Damn, we got the evidence already.
We have the person that we likely think, but then they have to testify, and then other stuff will happen probably. So at least 2 more hours of this, maybe 1 at the least. But I gotta get ready for fucking work tomorrow. Well, like I said, you can always watch back the VOD, and I just play this on Mondays after Overwatch because I want the game to last. There's only like 2 or 3 cases left, anyways, in the game. Yeah, like it kind of does seem a little bit like, you know, a little bit quicker, but then now some of these longer cases have been taking longer. Let's see, I started playing this back in August. A couple of the first cases I was able to finish in a day. And like I said, I'm only playing this on Mondays after Overwatch, so just playing it for a few hours, starting at 6. But if I get at a good time, maybe a little earlier. Like I said, it's not like Death Stranding. I started playing it 2 years ago, and now I'm finally getting back to it again because of the PS5 upgrade. Literally, December of 2019 is when I started playing it, or November rather. And like the first of the December, the January 1st of 2020 was when I last played. Because there's so many other games and other stuff I wanted to play that also came out at the same time. No, like I started Judgment, but then Returnal and not Returnal, but the Kenna and the Deathloop came out. Now they finally looks like they've patched the fucking issue that I stopped playing Deathloop. I have to go back to that too. Yeah, Jazz I think has done that. Like let's see, I see Final Fantasy VII Remake. My brother got the platinum for the first part, beat me in the game again on hard, but he hasn't gone back to do the second part with Yuffie's story to finish it now on hard after doing the original part. It's only 2 chapters, but some of those trophies are really annoying. Like the guy they make you fight. There's 2 special bosses. That second one, like, it's just ridiculous, and that's just fighting it on normal. Like I was thinking about it, but I just didn't feel like going to play the game. I hate playing the same exact game over again. If it's essentially the same way, like I hate doing that. Most games I typically won't do that for. Let's see, I started Judgment, but I want to finish that before I go to launch Judgment that just came out. Kenna was only the second game I've ever done that. Like, the first one this year was actually the Ratchet and Clank game, where I beat the game, and in the same day that I beat it, I sped run it again to get the Omega Rhino, and then end up getting all the other weapons Omega, and I'm only 2 planets away from the end of the game, so fuck it. I'll just keep speedrunning it and finish the game again. Finished it twice in the same day.
Well, that's basically how it was for me with Final Fantasy.
Yeah, like I like the story, but I don't feel it enough. Like, no, I better get all the fucking dresses to do all versions of the quests and shit. Like, it's just
But those you could skip.
you can skip to certain parts, yeah, but it's just the annoyance of playing something multiple parts like that and like I said, the same way to get a slightly different result.
I think the only thing that was annoying was the dancing. Cloud dancing. Oh my god, that was.
I did it once and I only made 2 mistakes I think in the entirety of it. Like, almost had it perfect.
There's one you have to do it like 100% perfect.
Yeah, like I almost had it in the first flight, but like I said, I wasn't really trying for the platinum on that one. Oh, Kenna, I did get the platinum on that. Beat the whole game on basically the 3rd difficulty of hard, essentially, and had to beat it to unlock the last difficulty, which I just needed 4 trophies. The platinum, clearing it on hard, and 2 other skill type of kills that I got, and I was actually able to do that. I just sped run through the game in like 2 or 3 days. Though the final boss took me like 3 hours to fucking beat it again, because it's just things hit you so fucking hard.
I was disappointed on Ultimate Weapon. Ultimate Weapon was too weak. Bahama and fucking Shiva was like the hardest one.
I think like Proud and Joy I think I saw my brother fight it too. Like it has its own quirks that make it annoying, if I remember right. But then again, you know, it's all affected by how you play it. Alright, thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. I'll see you for sure on Wednesday for more Death Stranding. Maybe tomorrow for a bonus stream. Be sure to check out my socials so you can stay updated on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. So let's see who's on the raid.